another exciting day. 2024 Loup to Loup, the Halsey to Purdom 21-mile stretch. They are been practicing. They've been teching out. They're ready for a big day here. The weather right now is just about perfect. Larry's out trackside there, and Larry, no wind right now, just a little bit of moist feel in the air, but it's pretty nice out there.
Yeah, it's not too terribly bad out here. Not bad at all, Dave. Nice, cool day, but yes, every once in a while, I do feel a drop kind of fall, and hopefully that'll stay off. It is a little dark to the west, but we're hoping to get things started right on time, and 112 cars here today.
112 fantastic automobiles traveling really fast on a very curvy road. And we'll talk about that in a moment. We want to thank our sponsors on the radio here, which include Anderson Auto Tech in Broken Bow, Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, Mills Hardware in Arnold, Trumbull Repairing and Towing, the Callaway District Hospital, along with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, Rain Dance Repair, Sandhills Corral in Thetford, the Smoke Shack in Broken Bow, Same 24 Fitness in Broken Bow, Trotter Service in Broken Bow, Reed's Food Center in Arnold, and A1 Auto Repair in Arnold, and Grazer's Bar and Grill in Arnold. We have other sponsors as well that are helping us promote and report from trackside the next few days. And Larry, I also know they have some sponsors locally for the Loop to Loop as well, right here in Halsey and Purdom.
Yeah, they can't put this on for the 11th straight year if they don't have the sponsors. And some of the local sponsors putting on the Loop to Loop here are the Spur, also Sandhill Sutton Speed and Supply here in Halsey, also Hillbilly Barbecue in Halsey, the community of Purdom. That is the next 5 exits the road. So that's coming up. You've got Trucking and Dispatch, Clark Trucking and Dispatch of Brewster, the Sandhills Public School. You and I have to thank them because of the elementary school and the internet we're using for them. Grocery Cart in Broken Bow, Road Doctor Trucking, also Western Nebraska Bank, Redwood Inn just down the street here in Halsey, and Thomas Livestock Company. That's just some of the sponsors that are making the Loop to Loop possible here. I mean, not just on the radio, but here in Halsey and going on up to Purdom.
All right, thank you, Larry. Jeremy Shipe has the video stream running nicely here this morning, and he has got things going. So if you want to watch and listen, you can do that. We also, of course, invite you as we go through the rest of this week and weekend to do the same. Now today, the Loop to Loop, they require 2 practice runs, 2 passes before they can race, and they also had a very serious driver meeting here earlier because here's why. This is a very curvy road, as you know, and the maximum speeds they travel are amazing. The 80, 85, and 90 mile per hour classes all can go up to 110 miles per hour. The 95 class can run up to 125. The 100 mile per hour class can go up to 135, and the 105 and 110 classes can go up to a maximum of 140. Last year's winners, 110 mile per hour, was Ted Hughes and Cody Jantz. At 105, it was Gary Bates and Jack Jones. 100 mile per hour was Andrew Ranft, and 95 was Tom Sorrells and Jeremy Riley. The 90 mile per hour winner last year was Ken Hodges and Les Peterson. 85 mile per hour class was Ken Reese. Talked with Ken in an interview, but you'll be hearing him later on the radio. He was feeling pretty lucky last year to be able to pull off that first place finish. And 80 mile per hour, Scott Minton and Brock Minton were winners there in car 888. SORT 2024 Sandhills Open Road Challenge begins today with the Loop to Loop. And, of course, tomorrow it's the shootout, half-mile and mile shootout. And they'll be getting underway bright and early tomorrow morning. And then, of course, on Saturday, the Granddaddy, the original Sandhills Open Road Challenge. Jeremy has his umbrella out, and I can see a few sprinkles on the umbrella. Larry, what's it out on the track?
Well, I can feel the sprinkles, and I've actually had to go to Plan B for my grid and take it off the clipboard and put it in my old notebook to keep it from getting too wet. It is starting to increase a little bit, but it's still just sprinkles. at this point. We'll just have to wait and see if this is going to be a factor or not. But when we look at the skies, they are very solid gray, pretty much to the west of us. And we'll just see here in a bit. We're supposed to talk with Bub Rodacher before the race, and we'll check with him when he's up here.
All right, thank you, Larry. It's 8:29, so we expected them to start right on time to try to outrun any rainfall. And it kind of makes you wonder, since they haven't started right on time, if they're seeing some more rain out on the course by radar and reports from the volunteers out there. And speaking of volunteers, of course, you have fire departments from all over the area. You have individuals out on the track with their flags at the flag stations. It takes a lot of people to put this on, and they pass information back and forth on their radios, and they've provided us with a radio. We'll be able to hear a command, but we have not heard anything on our radio here at the Halsey School. So we're hoping that they'll be able to get underway, but safety is the utmost concern in this event. They don't take any chances when it comes to track conditions, and with this curvy road, that certainly makes sense. We're going to take a 60-second timeout. We'll be right back.
Convenience. It's something we all look for in our day-to-day life, and sometimes it can be hard to find. Fortunately for you, you can stop looking for more convenient ways to bank. At Burning Bank, our online and mobile banking is there whenever you need it to make sure your finances are in order. From keeping tabs on your account to setting up spending controls when you're on vacation, you are in control. And with a lot of the scams and fraud in today's world, you can look at the checks you write, transactions on your account, and set up alerts. It's time to build, grow, and thrive. Call Burning Bank today. Burning Bank, member FDIC.
Power Solutions of Broken Bow, Nebraska is proud to be your local diesel mechanic shop and Vermeer dealer for Custer County and the surrounding area. With a variety of parts available, forage equipment on hand, and diesel engine repairs and parts available, they are there to help keep your diesel engines as well as your ag and hay operations running smoothly. Stop out and see them 2 miles east of Broken Bow on Highway 2 or give them a call, 308-872-5522.
Well, once we get into our race coverage and the Loop-to-Loop race gets started, you'll be hearing advertisements from those who are sponsoring specifically our Loop-to-Loop race today and other coverage associated with the Sandhills Open Road Challenge. And those businesses include Anderson Auto Tech, Lashley Land, A1 Auto Repair, Mills Hardware, Trumbull Repair, Callaway District Hospital, and the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics. Also Reed's Food Center, Rain Dance Repair, Sandhills Corral, the Smoke Shack, Same 24 Fitness in Arnold, Trotter Service, and Grazer's Bar and Grill. Let's now go back live to Halsey, and once again, here's Dave.
Thank you very much, Brent. We also want to take time to thank the sponsors who sponsor with Sork itself in the magazine that the program actually that they put together, which is a beautiful program. You'll find a lot of these sponsors and many others, but they asked us if we would thank Pinnacle Bank, South Loop Seed, the Pioneer Seed dealer, 444 Racing, DeKalb, Asgrow, Hornady, Bex, Preston Precision Ag, Viera Wireless, RSS Ag, KBBN, the Voice of Sork, thank you for thanking us. Great Plains Communications and Optima Batteries are also sponsoring, and they do that directly with Sork. Also, our video sponsors, we want to thank them, which includes CarQuest of Broken Bow, and some of these are also doing radio as well, but we're going to thank them again. CarQuest of Broken Bow, Callaway District Hospital with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, Aero Aviation, Nebraska State Bank, Power Solutions, Broken Bow Legends Neighborhood Grill, Govier Brothers Mortuary and Crematory, Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, Fairter Auto Parts in Broken Bow, First State Insurance, Rod's Body and Paint, High Street Insurance and Financial Services in Callaway, formerly J.R. Meyer Insurance, Cobblestone Hotel and Suites, Trotter Service in Broken Bow, Mills Hardware in Arnold, and A1 Auto Repair in Arnold. Also want to thank BD in Broken Bow, Bierman Vet Services, Grazer's Bar and Grill in Arnold, and Four County Boutique in Arnold. All part of our sponsor list for either radio or video or programs. There's just so much that is supported by businesses and the communities who put these on. Now, of course, the history lesson here is that the Loop-to-Loop was the last race added a number of years ago now, and more drivers like to drive it. Talked with several drivers yesterday, Larry, who said, I like all of them, but certainly the Loop-to-Loop is very challenging, and a lot of these drivers, they drive and race all over the country, and they just say this is the most challenging, which is, I guess, a compliment.
Yeah, I think I've been on that road. You've been on that road between Halsey and Purdom, and yeah, there's some unique curves, and it is very challenging. It's not as big of a road that a lot of the other races are on, but it does offer challenges. And evidently I'm having a little bit of mic trouble here, but you brought up a good point here a little bit ago in the fact that it's just sprinkling here, and it's actually kind of quit sprinkling here in Halsey, but that doesn't mean that it's not pouring or light rain in Purdom or anywhere in between. We have to have good conditions all the way from here to Purdom for them to have this race.
Well, that's true, and that's what we talked about earlier. Not only do they have radar, they have people out on the track. Now, Larry, you mentioned earlier that typically they'll have air service for emergency situations. Today, maybe not with this low ceiling.
Yeah, and we have a low ceiling here, and as they pointed out during their meeting with all the EMTs and firemen, the low ceiling was already in Kearney and North Platte, where helicopters would come out here, and also, sometimes you've got just planes that come out just for the visibility of things, and that's one of the things with this low ceiling, the possibility of bad weather. You just don't have that availability, and so they'll go to Plan B on things along those lines, and hopefully we can get things started here after a while. But it's pretty obvious we're going to be delayed. There are no cars even up to the start line, no cars even north of Highway 2, and so they're all down there just to the south on the block south of Highway 2, and until we see some vehicles come up this way, they're not even going to consider getting this thing started.
Yeah, kind of disappointing, because our thought was, hey, they'll get it going as quick as they can in case it rains, and just long about 25 after, we noticed no cars coming up. Typically they'd be coming up by then, and then real nice and quiet here, when normally it's not this moment. And a lot of times there'd be a lot of roaring motors and screeching tires and that sort of thing, which people love. One of the reasons they love the Sandhills Open Road Challenge. And Jeremy's working with his umbrella. He's checked the camera that is out on top of our KCNI KBBN car for one of the camera views. And so far, we're hoping that everything stays dry so that we can bring you video when they do start racing. Larry Cotner will not melt, so we can bring you radio through this for sure, because our equipment happens to be inside, hooked to the internet here inside the school. So that's where we stand right now. Let's take a 3-minute timeout and catch up on some of the good things our sponsors have for you in their products and services, and we'll be back in 3 minutes.
Some secrets just can't be kept, like this week's special at the Secret Garden. All summer inventory will be 50% off, and with new hours, you can shop every Friday, 11:30 to 4:30, and Saturday, 8:30 to 4:30. Enjoy one of their delicious smoothies or frappes while you shop, and don't forget their $5 lunches. Hebrews 6, verse 10 says, God will not forget how hard you have worked for him and how you have shown your love for him. The Secret Garden, 2 1/4 miles west of Myrna on Highway 92 and a half a mile north.
Are you or someone you know struggling with depression, anxiety, trauma, or other mental health challenges? Do you wonder where you can get help and support locally? An online list is ready and available for you that includes local, trained, caring mental health providers. Visit mhpcc.org. Mental health providers and services available in Custer County can be found quickly and easily at mhpcc.org.
Tired of unexpected car troubles putting a misfire in your day? Introducing C&M Auto in Anselmo. For routine maintenance to major repairs of gas and diesel cars or light and heavy-duty trucks, go with C&M Auto. They boast the latest diagnostics to diagnose and fix your vehicle's issues with quick response and a very competitive labor rate. Plus emergency 24-hour service rates outside their 9 to 5 Monday through Friday hours. Call 308-749-2277 for C&M Auto, located south of Chandler's Honey off Highway 2 in Anselmo. C&M Auto.
Headaches,
Dave,
earring,
can you hear me?
neck pain, dizziness, brain fog. Is your jaw pain to blame? Pearson Physical Therapy wants to be your partner in finding out. Tension and dysfunction in the jaw and surrounding muscles can lead to a number of symptoms that disrupt your daily life. It can be hard to know who to seek out for help. We invite you to come see us at Pearson Physical Therapy to learn how your jaw dysfunction can be managed so that you can get back to not having to deal with daily aggravation. Call us at 872-5800 or stop by on West Highway 2, Broken Bow.
Don't let falling behind on your spraying affect your yield. Now is the time to book fungicide and insecticide applications on corn and soybeans with Arrow Aviation. Not only
It
can
sounds
you
like
fight
we're going to try to
disease,
go at
but you can
850.
improve plant health at the same time, increasing yields. Easily control insects like grasshoppers, rootworms, beetles, and western bean cutworms with the help of Arrow Aviation. Call Casey, Melissa, or Kim with Arrow Aviation at 308-872-5113 to talk about your options.
It's summer sale time at Varney Pharmacy in Broken Bow. National and leader brands are available on the shelves for you, including multivitamins for women or men. Calcium and D3 plus minerals are available, as well as Mega Red, a superior omega-3 krill oil soft gel in 40 or 60 count bottles. During the summer sale is also a great time to stock up on first aid and skincare items like Band-Aids, New Skin Liquid Bandage, Neosporin, and Triple Antibiotic Ointment. Visit Varney Pharmacy for the summer sale, happening now in downtown Broken Bow.
It is 8:41. We're going to send you back live to Halsey now and get an update on what is happening with the 2024 Loop-to-Loop race, all part of the Sandhills Open Road Challenge activities. Once again, we say good morning to Dave Burney.
Thank you very much. Larry Cotner also at trackside. Jeremy Shipe providing live video streaming. So far, not too much to see except people enjoying this cool weather. Larry has an update for us. Larry?
Yeah, I just spoke with Bub Rodocker. He's going to come talk with us here in just a few minutes once he gets done inside. They're going to try to get going here in a few minutes. They quit sprinkling, but now it feels like it's kind of doing it again. But we'll look for Bub here in just a second. Again, we want to remind some of the sponsors that are bringing you the Loop-to-Loop, not just on the radio, but Security First Bank, Kennedy Cattle Company, Dalporto Livestock, Thomas County Visitors, Creative Printers, Ewalt's Grocery, Country Partners Cooperative, Agland, Al and Sally Atkins, Reich's Way and Lines Appliance, along with Cynthia Bunt at Fig Insurance, and our good friends down at the Double T Bar and Restaurant right here in Halsey. So as soon as Bub gets out here, we'll get an update from him. They were talking like here in just a few minutes, they'll get going. Bub's just now coming out here. We'll get the latest from him on this. Bub, what's the situation right now?
We're getting a little bit of rain on the course, just kind of sprinkling around here, hopefully shooting for an 8:50 start time.
Okay, and what's the maximum moisture that you feel like you can have, if any at all, on the race course?
You can't have any at all. Kind of what we're getting right now is just borderline.
Okay. Talk a little bit about the race itself. This is the 11th year, and a lot of participation. 112 cars is what I counted up. I don't know if that's the official number or not.
Yes, that we ended up with one scratch this morning, so we're 110.
All right. A lot of good cars coming from all over the country. Talk a little bit about what it takes to put this together.
Well, it basically takes a whole community to do it. You got to have a lot of volunteers. You got to have your fire and EMS. Without that, it would not happen.
And today, where it is cloudy and there are some resources that are unavailable because of that, communication really is even that much more important, isn't it?
Yes. So there's course workers. You can see every spot of the road with course workers. If anything happens, they got to be able to contact command and let them know that there's a wreck or somebody's broke down or off the road.
Bub, I'll let you go because I know you want to get the show started.
Thank you.
All right, Bub Rodocker with the loop-to-loop, and they're going to try to get it off here at 8:50, which just a few minutes from now. Might be a minute or two beyond that. Again, all the cars are still to the south, but you can hear them firing up a bit now, Dave.
Oh, that's good news. Let's get it going, and hopefully, as Bob mentioned, this is borderline, so we're hoping once they start, it doesn't rain any more than this. If not, quit. Just quit. That would be the perfect scenario. The temperature is wonderful. I don't know if you've ever been out there, Larry, over the 11-year span where it was this cool to be standing there. Certainly going to make it comfortable for everybody, and we'll look forward to getting those cars across the highway and queued up and ready to go. Well, I just wanted to mention that Jeremy Shipe and our crew have been traveling back and forth to Lincoln, Nebraska, to the Nebraska Broadcasters Association's meeting, which is always a lot of good networking, a lot of good sessions where you learn things about new technologies and the goods and bads of those technologies, and you have awards and different things. And I'm not going to spill the beans. I'm going to see when Jeremy wants to make those announcements, but I will tell you that KCNI, KBBN brought home some hardware that we're already pretty excited about, so be listening as we find time to do justice on those announcements. We, of course, are on the run here, and I don't know for sure exactly how we're going to work that, and we have a lot of other things going on. There's a lot of things coming up in the news side this weekend, some ribbon cuttings, and I know that this morning they had one that they rescheduled, so we've got all the news items to keep track of, keep the music going, and follow the races. So we enjoy doing that for you and hope that you'll be able to enjoy the broadcast here today, tomorrow, and Saturday. We'll take a 2-minute timeout and be right back.
Stock up and save on all your athletic needs at Geared for Sports. This week, the more you spend, the more you save. Spend $50, you get $15 off. Spend $100, you get $20 off. Spend $150 and you get $30 off on all regular priced items, only excluding GCI items. Open Monday to Friday 10 to 6 and Saturday 10 to 4. And now open Sunday noon to 4 through the summer. Stock up on everything you need for your athlete. The more you spend, the more you save at Geared for Sports, west side of the square in Broken Bow.
Right now is the time to schedule your child's school and sports physicals with Central Nebraska Medical Clinic. For your convenience, immunizations are also available during physical exams. Scheduling an appointment is easy. Just call 872-2486. Don't delay. Schedule school and sports physicals today.
First one's up to the line.
All right, Brent, let's bring it back.
Right care for your health care.
8:47 is the time. Sounds like the cars are coming to the start line. So let's go back to Halsey. Once again, here's Larry Cotner and Dave Burney.
Thank you very much, Brent. Thanks for being on top of things. We do have our first car lined up, so I'll turn things over to Larry and see if we can describe some of the action to you here on this Thursday morning.
All right, the first car is lined up. The cone is still out, so until that cone is lifted, they will not start the clock on the countdown on the first vehicle, but the first one will be in the I'm looking at 80 mile per hour class, and it'll be car number 7, which is Kirk Sharp, and his navigator is Court Grooms. They're driving a red 2015 Chevy Corvette Z06. Is target speed again of 80 miles per hour, and it's tech to maximize at 110.
And they, of course, are excited to be here again. They've been here a number of years, and they have some untested, mathematically unsound, and physically impossible scenarios that they're going to be working off of, but they are loving it here. They compliment Custer County as being majestic. They have made some changes with their Corvette. New modifications include not limited to fresh crankcase oil and recently upgraded air freshener. And all performance modifications need to remain a priority. Having a great time already with the great people. The goal, number one, is to have fun here and see everybody they can.
You know, Dave, I forgot my smartphone today, and so I don't have any look at radar. But talking a little bit ago about the fact that over to the west, it's a little darker. But I look up to the north towards Purdom, see some light, a little light that direction, and so maybe as this has been moving southeast most of the day, maybe we just might have this good window of opportunity to run the race here.
All right, Larry, thank you very much. Let's just keep our fingers crossed. And it seems, Larry, if you are pointed towards the cars, I can hear you just fine. If you point towards Purdom, I lose you a little bit. So it must be this building right beside you there. So I don't know how much you can come this way. So.
Okay, and we'll just do that a little bit. Yeah, that's a little bit better if I move over by the trash cans. That's okay. That's yeah, you're right. If I turn away and look the other direction, it kind of. So I'll just try to stay focused to the southwest and avoid the northern star here today.
Okay, that seems to work.
Hey, the cone has come off, and so we're ready for Kirk Sharp to get the loop-to-loop underway here in Halsey. As again, they'll be traveling the county road on up to Purdom, where they'll stop, and then eventually, once all the cars have made it through in all the various classes, then they will return later on as the second half of the leg. But we are ready to go, and the countdown is going, and we should be ready to go and taking off now. Kirk Sharp. And that'll bring to the start line the familiar 8-ball, John Schmidt. John is driving a black 1990 Chevy Corvette ZR1. And again, we're in the 80-mile-per-hour class. John Schmidt in number 8.
All right, and it has 500 horsepower, won the first Sork 1-mile shootout back in 2002.
And they're moving them right along. Car 46 is actually a 2022 Audi Q5. It's gray in color, driven by Richard Dayton.
Richard Dayton, and they're out of California with that 65, and they are ready to go. They are excited since they want to do more sightseeing on their round trip this year. They're going to be able to do that because they're going to be going on a 4,000-mile round trip.
22 cars in this 80-mile-per-hour class. It'll bring up 444. RT Green in the 2018 Dodge Challenger, purple in color.
RT Green, you betcha, moved to Arnold a number of years ago and made permanent residents of the village of Arnold. And he also has helped in recent years put together the Fall Festival Parade.
And Dave, I got to make a correction. That was Tony Dahlman and Maria Schneider in a 1963 Chevy Corvette, blue Corvette. They actually were next in line. Evidently, RT is not in line up here today. They said they did have one late scratch, and he might have been the one. Car number 70 coming up now. Dosi Kermati, along with Stephen Kermati, 2005 Chevy Corvette Orange.
Had a chance to visit with Steve and Dosi. This is their first run, and they were very excited about it.
One thing about the 80-mile-per-hour class, we do not dawdle around. Car 92 coming up. It is a blue 2023 Chevy Corvette driven by Bob McCullough.
Bob McCullough out of Lincoln, Nebraska. Happy to be back in Arnold with all the fun folks of the Nebraska Sandhills. He's been doing this for a long time. This is his 4th different Corvette, and this is the one he's bringing this time around.
And Bob is ready to go. They're counting him down. And he has got the green light, and he is off and going. Got to like that KBBN 95.3 sticker on the side. Coming up now, 6:06. This is Joe Hackney and Tyler Hackney in a pewter 2000 Chevy Silverado.
And they're out of Sabetha, Kansas with that Silverado. They're back for their 3rd Sork race this year in a truck. And they are excited about running the loop-to-loop today. And off they go.
And actually, their business is in Fairview, Kansas, where I grew up as a little kid. We went through there recently. That business is right out there by the new truck stop.
Some things don't change.
Some things don't change. Car 280, speaking of don't change, in Alan Kortmeyer and Gary Kortmeyer, they are always here. Red 1975 Datsun.
And they have a question here. Why race cars? Well, the simple answer would be it's fun. And while, yes, it's fun, it's not the only reason why they race. It's meeting all the people they get to meet in this sport.
Car number 93 is next. Bill Meyer and Rich Maxwell in a silver 2011 Chevy Caprice.
Car number 93 queued up and ready to go, and excited about getting out on the track out of Missouri. And they want to thank all the volunteers who make this event a success year after year. And they've done the Loup, Shootout, and the over-the-road race over the years.
There you go. Starting to get a few sprinkles once again. 357 is up next. This is T. Coy Morales and Kim Morales in a black 2018 Chevy Camaro ZL1 1LE.
All right, out of Texas, and they've been participating in open races for the past 6 years. And Kim joined him as navigator for the Sork event, and it was a great experience, so they're back.
And they are off and running, and that will move up to the start line. Now I'll let T. Coy kind of finish there. 120, this is Scott Mann in a blue 2017 Chevy Corvette Z06.
Scott, a familiar name. He's not made every year. I talked to him the other day, but he's been here a number of times. And Scott, you know, life gets busy, and he's been here every year that he could be here, and he was really looking forward to being here this year.
We're approximately halfway through the 80-mile-per-hour class, and pulling up to the start line, Jeff Zershmati, I hope I got that right, and David Sanderson in a gray 2024 Toyota Corolla, brand new vehicle.
And what number was that, Larry? I'm sorry.
164.
All right, out of Iowa, and they love to race. They did the figure 8 race recently, and first time as a navigator, first time here in the Sandhills of Nebraska for her as well.
Car number 188 is actually a pickup. This is James Daly and Jake Keel, blue 2019 Ford F-150.
And that is a Arnold Citizen. Couple of guys there now. Jake came a long ways. I can't remember which state he traveled from, but they're old buddies. James Daly has lived in Arnold for a number of years now, and they were looking forward to this.
And you know, one thing that really just brings it home at this loop-to-loop race is the smell of exhaust. It just smells like a race. So we got car 266, Robert Dietrich, in a red 2005 Cadillac CTS V.
Out of Franklin, Tennessee, they've been involved in open road racing for 6 years, and they really enjoy this open road racing community and have participated in events including here, Nevada, and Texas. But Sandhills is their favorite.
Here's another good-looking vehicle, 351. This is Eldon Hauer in a red 1972. Let me check this one here, Dave. This is 57. Alexandra Wolf, a silver 2023 Mini Cooper JCM.
And what,
JCW, sorry.
And what number was that?
Car 57.
Oh, 57, okay. Well, they're off, so we'll talk about them again next time.
And now, car 302. I need to look at the numbers instead of always looking at my grid. Chad Smith and Donna Smith in a yellow 2013 Ford Mustang Boss 302.
Out of Alliance, Nebraska, they're looking forward to another great event this year. Arnold has become home to them, and an airline pilot with his navigator wife, retired and ready to have some fun.
And you know, Dave, if you're going to drive a Boss 302, you got to have the number 302, and that's what they do. 585 is Jay Nightingale in an orange and purple 1968 Chevrolet Camaro.
This is a crowd favorite, 68 Camaro, coming all the way from Sheridan, Colorado. 3rd year running in the Loop-to-Loop, and thrilled to be able to enjoy racing on the beautiful back roads around this area, Arnold and Callaway.
And we're down to the last few vehicles here in the 80-mile-per-hour class. Car number 29, Matthew Stoddard, Ron Stoddard, in a gray 2022 Honda Civic SI.
All right, car number 29. I've got to get my pages turned here and catch up with you, Larry. Apologies.
Again, there's that smell of exhaust, and it just makes you feel like a race.
Out of Missouri in that 2022, and they are ready to race. They have been going all over the country, Rockaway Beach, Missouri, and drag racing, and they're racers. They love cars.
Jim Stainer and Sharon Stainer in car 818 is next. That's a black 1996 Mazda V8 Miata.
818, and how close are we to the end of the 80s, Larry?
Very, very close. I think we got one more. And this is a very familiar one, the 308 area code. Mike Tion and Matt Tion, they're probably listening in there. 2011 Chevy Camaro Coupe, black and white in color.
Well, when they first started, they had no idea what they were doing, but the Tions figure it out here in the Sandhills, and they love this race because they know this road.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I would say that they know this road very, very well. And that is going to be the end, Dave, of the 80-mile-per-hour class as the orange Sork cone comes out.
All right. That was a very smooth run once they got started. A little spitting in the air once in a while, but Jeremy seems pretty dry so far. I'm just worried about him going to sleep. So he only had about 4 hours of sleep last night. He may fall asleep. We'll have to wake him up when it's over if that happens. But he's got the cameras working. The pictures look great. And one of the things about this kind of cloud cover, you get that diffused light, and it really makes everything pop out. So if you're listening and you want to watch, go to Sandhills Express and go to the streaming tab and check it out. I think you'll be impressed.
And then, of course, we'll have just a little bit of a delay here before we get started with the 85-mile-per-hour class because it is a faster class. They'll have to give them a little bit of a buffer time to let the 80-mile-per-hour class finish so they don't catch up with them and impede on their average time.
All right, you're listening to Sork coverage on the Voice of Sork, KBBN 95.3 FM, online at kbbn.com. And as we mentioned, live video stream on Sandhills Express. Go to the streaming tab and you'll find your choice of YouTube or Facebook. And as I mentioned, the video looks really, really good today.
And Dave, we're already running in the 85, 364, Ken Reese.
Out of Las Vegas, Nevada. Talked to Ken, as I mentioned, and he was a winner last year and was looking forward to competing this year. It's actually getting a little bit lighter out right now. It looks like the sun is trying to get through those clouds.
It is trying to. Kim, by the way, was in a white 2015 Chevy Corvette Z06. Right now it's 996 Mike Black. And you can hear him taking off in his red 2022 Chevy Corvette.
All right. I love that sound. All right. Clint McKenzie in car 19. Is that correct?
Car 19, Clint McKenzie is next. And he's got a 2007 Dodge Charger. And this thing is lime green.
They loved last year. They had a great race, still making some improvements to the car, so they hope to get just a little bit better this year. Everybody strives to get better so they can have those bragging rights. Remember, there's no prize money included here in this event.
Car number 40 is next. This is Darren Brewer and Sean Robinson. It's a blue 2017 Lamborghini Hurricane.
Out of Gretna, Nebraska. Darren is a native Nebraskan, and he and his wife keep busy with their 4 children, enjoying hunting, fishing, motorsports, all along driving with their 2017 Lamborghini.
And they are off and running. That'll bring up car number 42. This is Cooper Walton and Rob Walton. They're involved in a white 2006 Nissan 350Z.
Yep, and they are out of Overland Park, Kansas, and they look forward to this week spending in Custer County and surrounding area up here in this county and south of Callaway. They say Sork is a great example of if you build it, they will come.
And that is the case. You know, you've got these nice vehicles and an opportunity to just take it out on a challenging course, which this is definitely. Car 44 is Tom Kirk and Brian Kirk. That's a white 2004 Porsche GT3, Dave.
Out of Lincoln, Nebraska. That is a beautiful car. It looks fast. It just is fun to look at. I'm sure it's fun to ride and drive in. A retired Chrysler dealer from Lincoln, Nebraska.
And they're off and running. A little bit of a quiet start, but it picked up right after that. Car 73 is Carl Hansen. He's driving a black 2013 Ford Mustang.
Canyon City, Colorado is their home, returning for their 6th year. Looking forward to another great weekend, and they'll be driving that mighty V6 Mustang for the 2nd time at this event. So this is the 2nd time they've had this particular car in competition.
I kind of wonder if Carl has ever taken that on the Skyline Drive that's out there at Canyon City. You talk about something that's challenging and scary. It's a one-way road. Car 76, Barry White, Michelle White, gray 2021 Audi TTRS.
Meriden, Kansas is their home. They loved everything about their rookie year. Arnold's hospitality. They've been married for 25 years. Recently empty nesters, so they're getting out and doing some of the things that they enjoy.
That'll bring to the start line. We'll just check and see, make sure I got the right ones. I've been changed on a time or two. Yes, this is car 91, Zach Rustard and Mike McCullough. It's a black 2007 Audi RS4.
Out of Lincoln, Nebraska, they've been very successful here. Jeremy has some notes here. In 2023, Zach was 2nd in the Sork time classes overall, and in 2013, Zach got 1st in the 95 mile per hour class.
So, pardon me while I do a little paperwork here, as we are at the end of our first grid. And moving right along, again, we're in the 85 mile per hour class. Got vehicle 102, David Wag and Marty Buchart in a silver 2013 Ford Mustang GT.
Car 102 out of Watertown, South Dakota. Favorite race is the Sork race. Been here for 7 years.
How many times do we read that, Dave, that this is the favorite race of all these drivers?
A lot, and they're very sincere about it.
Car number 83 is next. This is Keith Bisson and Patrick Gorecki in a red 1983 Chevy Camaro.
Out of Iowa, they bring that 83 Chevy Camaro Z28, and they are ready to go. No more excuses. They want to do well this year.
Here comes a couple of veterans in 117, Pred and Slava Paul, black 2022 Mini JCW hatch.
Their 11th time taking part in the Sork race, coming from former Yugoslavia. They prepare and race minis clear back in the 70s in the old country, so they're able to do that now right here in the Sandhills of Nebraska.
And this is definitely a mini when you look at this, and it's off and running, but it got a little bit of rubber getting out of here. You don't hear the noise, but it definitely caught. 316 is Ron Schneider and Mitch Hendricks in a pewter 2001 Chevy S10.
And they're out of Lincoln, Nebraska. This will be Ron and his son-in-law Mitch's 3rd attempt at the Loop-to-Loop, and they'll be driving that sleeper S10 truck that Ron built in his garage.
And he's all ready to go, and again, they'll be taking on the challenge of driving up to Purdom on the county road that is really challenging for these drivers. Bring up car number 321, that's Jim Miller and Jaylee John in a red 2005 Viper.
Jim's out of North Platte, has enjoyed Sork for the last 5 years. He enjoys many road courses in Nebraska and Colorado, and his daughter Jaylee chose to navigate last year and is back again this year.
And it's good to see a Viper up here. Remember when it used to be a big Viper versus Corvette thing, Dave?
Yeah, it was pretty heated. It was fun.
Car 485, Debbie Beam and Jared Beam, driving a gray 2012 Chevy Camaro.
485 is out of Topeka, Kansas. Due to circumstances which occurred during the 2023 Sork, Stella is taking over as a driver and navigator applications for this year's race.
And another one with the KBBN sticker on the side. Love to see that. 486 is coming up. Barry Lohman and Taylor Hanna. They've been here before. It's great. 2012 Chevy Corvette.
Texas car. Barry driving that 2007 Corvette. It's a Z06. And all of the open road racing events they have been fortunate enough to compete in, the Sand Hills Open Road Challenge and the Loop to Loop, are hands down the most challenging and most daunting.
And a reminder to folks that are listening in or watching on video, this is the first of 3 days of racing. The shootout tomorrow and the big Sand Hills Open Road Challenge race will be on Saturday. This is the Loop to Loop that we have going on today. Car 777, Connor Long and Leah Axemet in a 2002 Chevy Corvette Z06, silver in color.
All right. They've been here so many years and such great folks. Thanks for coming.
Car 888 is next. This is the Mintons, Scott and Brock in a gray 2014 Chevy Corvette, car 888.
Out of Kansas City, Kansas, Scott Minton and a Navigator's son are excited to be here. They work in the automotive industry, and Brock is a sales engineer. Both of them are car crazy.
Our grid had 21 vehicles in this 85-mile-per-hour class, and believe it or not, Dave, I think we're down to our final 3. Car 949, this is Michael Durnall and Levi Durnall in a gray 2019 Chevy Corvette.
The Durnalls out of Meade, Nebraska, and they are a father-son team. They've participated in SORC, I believe, 7 times and shared the driving and navigation duties most of the time. Most importantly, they get together and have fun together as father and son.
And they are off and running. 971, Michael Schultz, along with Garrett Moore, local kid, 2012 Ford Mustang, blue in color.
Out of Raymond, Nebraska, first of all, thank you to Arnold and surrounding communities for the volunteer time, effort, and hospitality. It's my favorite town in Nebraska because of the people. I think he's speaking there of Arnold.
And this is one of those Boss 302s as well. And this Mustang is off and running. And coming up now is car 68. They're a Chiefs fan, I can tell. They've got the Chiefs thing on there. The teddy bear kind of rode the car up to the start line. It's not going any further than that. It's the Krugers, Linda and Rick. They are in a red 2017 Ford Mustang GR or GT.
Out of Lyons, Kansas, they've been here. This will be their 17th consecutive year here at SORC. Thanks so much.
And Dave, the cone comes out as we get ready for the next class, which will be the 90-mile-per-hour class.
All right, folks, you're listening to KBBN 95.3 FM, the voice of SORC, 95.3, and also online at kbbn.com. You can also watch this action via live video stream on Sandhills Express. Just click on the streaming tab and make your choice of Facebook or YouTube, and you'll be able to watch. And our audio is right with the picture as well, right with the video. And right now, Larry, the weather is perfect.
Oh, I'll tell you what, you couldn't ask for any better weather than what we're getting right now. We've got overcast skies, temperatures in the 60s. There's even a little bit of a breeze every once in a while. I don't know if I've ever been more comfortable, and I'm in a long sleeve shirt today. It's almost like September weather.
Yeah, it does feel like September. We all know that we'll probably have another hot streak. I do know we had some storms last night that Brent Apperson was covering. A couple of different warnings went off, and he was there. We didn't get about 0.03 of an inch precipitation right at the studios last night, but I have a feeling some other places got additional moisture, which is much needed. Hopefully no hard stuff with it.
707 is going to start us off at the 90-mile-per-hour class. That's Ken Hodges and Les Peterson. Red 2007 Chevy Corvette Z06, the biggest class of them all, 39 cars in this 90-mile-per-hour class.
All right, that is exciting to get to this bracket and see these cars pull up, Larry, because they'll space them out a little bit more now because they don't want them running quite so close together. And I don't know how long it takes.
And what you're hearing there is Zach and Heather Hagler. They are in a maroon 2018 Dodge Challenger Hellcat. Car 69. And that'll bring up 816 Claire Kurz and Matthew Kurz driving a red 2016 Chevy Corvette Z06.
Car 816, and that is out of Palmer, Nebraska.
And they are off and running. Again, we're in the 90-mile-per-hour class, the largest of all the classes. 39 cars in this class. Car 186 up to the line. This is Brent Culp and Heidi Culp in a black 2006 Dodge Magnum.
Car 186 ready to go, queued and ready to go down the track out of Arnold. It just says, look forward to the event every year.
And checking out the muffler is the Culps, and it's working. 289 is up to the line now. That's Aaron Anderson and Kendra Anderson. A blue 2017 Ford Shelby GT350.
Out of Lincoln, Nebraska, they've been bringing their Shelby again. They brought it back here in 2024. Each year they look forward to the event. They can't wait to spend time with their friends and race family.
And they are off and running. To the line now, car 712. 712. This is Sid Stewart and Randy Corgan in a white 2011 Ford Mustang GT350.
Out of McCook. They say August is the best month of the year because of the loop-to-loop and Sork races. It's certainly an honor to be able to participate in these events. Thanks for coming, guys, out of McCook, Nebraska.
And they are off and running. To the line, this will be car number 11, Eric Schmidt. Eric is driving a red 1989 Chevy Corvette.
Car number 11, beautiful Corvette. Welcome back. Hope that it goes well for them. Out of Lincoln, Nebraska, they've been bringing it back for the 23rd time. They've been here 23 times, missed the first year. And they've been done quite well. Overall, time winner, shootout winner, and the 110-mile-per-hour winner.
Here's the familiar number one, Dave, Joe Schoen, along with Shelly Anderson in a blue 2011 Chevy Corvette.
Had the chance to talk to Joe during the check-in on Tuesday, and he says they tell him he can't race anymore when he gets to 85, and he has 8 years to go. And I think he'll probably do it.
Well, I'd like to still be driving my vehicle, whether it's speedy or not, at age 77. So I would just be happy to have a driver's license at that time.
Yeah, let alone going, 125 miles per hour on a road like this, yeah.
And they are on the clock right now, Joe Schoen and Shelly Anderson. Hey, by the way, we were talking about the heat wave will be coming. By the way, that'll be during football season in September, Dave.
Yeah, probably. We have some games in late August.
Yeah, it's more and more prevalent as the years have gone by. Just 3 weeks from tonight, by the way. Mike Reed and Sergey Mazan, I hope I got that right, in car 13. It's a blue 2021 Ford Mustang GT500.
Out of Stockton, Kansas. This will be their first year in the event. They've run a lot of tracks, and they're tired of hearing how much my friends are having fun out in Sork in the Sandhills, so they're here.
Stockton, Kansas, the big Brooks County Fair held down there. Good concerts over the years down there as well. 462, Jason Rader and Kate Rader, an orange 2012 Ford Mustang.
462 is out of Lincoln, Nebraska. There's only one word that comes to mind for them when being asked about the Sork races in Arnold: family. And the crew is back, and it's all family. Back in the old days, they had to take this race to the streets, racing for pink slips and so forth. They get to do it legal here.
Well, they could do the other if they wanted to, but this is a little easier.
Yeah.
86 is next. This is Daniel Manis and Shane Landis in a red 2016 Ford Mustang GT350.
Their home is Barrington, Kansas, and they've been friends since high school, have competed together in motorsports all their lives. They're back for Sork. and they just love it here.
You know, there seems to be a little bit of a trend of a lot of Jayhawks coming north, Dave.
Yeah.
343 is next. This is Michael Rasmussen, a white 1995 BMW 318 Ti.
I got a chance to talk with Mike and check in. He enjoys racing, and that's really about what he does most of the time. He's back here for the 6th year, and he'll be driving that 95 BMW, but this is an event he really enjoys.
Car number 48 is next. This is Denny and Connie Powell in a silver and black 2019 Chevy Corvette Z06.
Car number 48 out of Wichita, Kansas, and they say, here we go again, having more fun than should be allowed. This is their favorite week of the entire year, meeting up with all their friends in Sork.
And we're in the 90-mile-per-hour class as they take off, the Powells do. And we're almost halfway through this opening leg here in the 90-mile-per-hour class. I mean, all the way through all the mile-per-hours. 58 is next, Rodney Bilderback. He is in a red 1991 Acura NSX.
Out of Bennington, Nebraska, they participated in 3 previous Sork races and looking forward to their 4th.
Very patriotic number here, 247. Peter Gerbach and Rudy Gerbach in a red 2009 Mini Cooper S.
Bringing it out of Rapid City, South Dakota, excited for the opportunity to drive in Sork again. His father, who is also the navigator, had some awesome runs the first time in Sork and would like to see what they can do together in higher classes this year.
And the numbers all in stars and stripes, the red, white, and blue. And they are off and running. 59, Kevin Hanshoe. Rick Kane, they've been here before. Black 2003 Chevy Corvette Z06.
Another one of those Kansas cars out of Wichita, and they just are thrilled when they receive their postcard saying that they're in. This will be their 5th year competing at the challenge and 4th year with Rick Kane, who is my best friend and trusty navigator.
And Kevin and Rick are off on the course and a go right now. Another familiar name, the Helmers. We got Ron and Chloe. They're in a white 2018 Porsche 911 GT3.
They're out of Kearney, but not Kearney, Nebraska, Kearney, Missouri, and they have been here for a number of years. Each year, he has brought one of his 3 daughters as navigators, a great opportunity to connect and make memories with his girls.
Giving us a little sound effect there. And we're waiting for the next car. So reminder to folks driving up and down Highway 2, be prepared for maybe having to slow down and stop when you come through Halsey on the scenic byway here today because of this race. The cars coming from the south side of the highway over here to the north side. Car 85 taking off. And
Barry Conkin out of Sioux Falls, South Dakota with that 2020 Corvette.
Thank you, Dave. I was looking way up higher on my grid. And that'll bring up to the line 101. Bill Harvey, Andrew Harvey, red 2006 Saturn Ion Redline.
Out of Albuquerque, New Mexico. That's a long trip with their Saturn. They are excited to be back in Arnold again. This will be their 7th race.
Oh, catching some pretty good rubber there. 107, Terry Pollard, another familiar person. Gary Halstead riding with him in a red 2013 Chevy Corvette Z06.
And Terry, another Wichita, Kansas driver, his 11th year here, excited about having be here for 9 years, grateful for all the care and attention they get when they're here from their host, Gary and Mary Jo Halstead, during the races.
And they are off and running, headed for Purdom on this nice, cool Thursday morning. 173 comes up to the line, and I've said it years in the past, and I'll say it again. The best name in racing, Samer Damer, along with Debbie Damer, in a white 2018 Chevy Camaro SS 1LE.
The Damer's out of Parkville, Missouri. His navigator, Debbie, from Kansas as well. They're excited to be back in Arnold. This is their 6th year.
And we keep moving along in the 90-mile-per-hour class. Car 204, this is Jason Hornaday and Todd Vance. They're in a gray 2022 Cadillac CT5 Blackwing.
Not a long drive for Jason and Todd. They're out of Grand Island, Nebraska, and they've been yucking it up here with a bunch of racers for 8 years. Best friends from the shooting industry, where we're up here to drive fast and have fun.
And we continue on. 206, this is Tracy Clickenbeard in a black 2002 Chevy Corvette Z06.
In 2016, my wife Kim and I first ran the 2016 Sork Loop to Loop. It was our first time ever that she navigated. She did a great job, and they're having a blast. They're hooked, and that is the reason they're back.
Coming up next in the 90-mile-per-hour class, which, by the way, is teched to an extreme of 110, Jeff Gordon in car 240, 2010 Chevy Camaro.
Jeff is out of Wichita, Kansas as well in that Camaro, and he simply says 2018 was a blast and I had to make it back.
And Dave, if you can cover for a second or two, I got to change my grid around.
All right, yep, it's time to change grids and categories. Looks like car 261 will be queuing up here to the start line in just a little bit, and that would be Jeremy Fox out of Lincoln, Nebraska. His first year, he had a great time hanging out with friends and meeting new ones. And for 2024, my son will be joining me as navigator. He's ready for speed safely and having some fun together.
Yeah, Jeremy and Quentin are riding in a 2017 Chevy Corvette, blue in color. And laying it down here in the 90-mile-per-hour class. 279 is next. This is Carly Bates, a white 2019 Chevy Camaro RS.
Carly Bates is out of Eagle Mountain, Utah, and considers himself as a newbie. He's only been here a couple of years in the niche of world racing. He has been all over, and there's a full paragraph of other experiences other than this race, but love this one back again.
Car 281 is next, Dave. This is Brian Haskett in a red 2007 Cadillac CTS-V.
Out of Magnolia, Texas, with that Mustang, excited to return for the Sork, the Loop to Loop events, and this is their 10th trip since their first year back in 2011, and they are just ready to go. Have some fun.
And again, we're in the 90-mile-per-hour class, by far the largest of all the classes. 39 of the 110 cars here today in this class. 314, we go back in time for Scott LaPointe and Kevin Duffy in a green 1964 Chevy Chevelle.
Four-door Chevy Chevelle takes you back. It is a beautiful old car, 1964. This is the 6th year that Scott and Kevin will be competing together, and the 5th year for the Loop to Loop.
You and I are old enough to remember when those were brand new.
Yeah, for about, $3,200, something like that.
Yeah. Probably about $3,200 now at least.
Now for the tire.
Yeah. 370 is next. Clay Hansen and Dave Webster in a yellow 2010 Dodge Challenger, but we have a cone out. So they are up next, but right now we are delayed on the race, Dave.
Okay. A cone comes out and delay has been called. We have some officials look like they're getting in their vehicles to go down the track, so we'll have to wait and see what is taking place. Did not hear anything on the radio as yet. We'll monitor that for you. Looks like we're going to have a bit of a delay, and we'll take a 60-second timeout. Maybe we can find out what's happening. Back in 60 seconds.
What do we have? What do we have?
All right, Dave, Larry, thank you very much. Well, it's basically 9:30 this morning, so I think this is a good opportunity for us to break away now from our simulcast of the breakfast show. So for those of you listening to KCNI Radio, we will send you back to regular programming now on 96.3 FM and 1280 AM. For those of you who want to continue with the loop-to-loop race coverage, keep it here on KBBN 95.3 FM and KBBN.com.
Anderson Auto Tech is ready to serve you Monday to Friday, 8 to 6, West Highway 2, Broken Bow, just off the curve. Dave and his crew pride themselves on doing the work you need done right while being honest and showing care for your vehicle. For personalized small-town service you won't find anywhere else, head to Anderson Auto Tech. With technology and custom fabricating at their fingertips, they can handle what other shops can't. Anderson Auto Tech in Broken Bow.
Lashley Land is partnering with Fuller Realty on an absolute auction of 535 acres overlooking Lake McConaughey with walk-down access to the lake. The property is being sold in 4 parcels, which include a surveyed development for 24 luxury Lakeview homes, a scenic development for a 41-lot mobile home or RV park, and a majestic point and pasture for your own clifftop estate. The auction will be held August 27th at 1:30 Mountain Time at the Quality Inn in Ogallala, Nebraska. Call Roger C. Rankin at Fuller Realty or check it out at LashleyLand.com.
We are live on KBBN 95.3 FM and KBBN.com, a live video stream of the Loop-to-Loop race available for you as well, going on through Sandhills Express Facebook page and YouTube channel. Let's get an update for what's happening now in Halsey as we go back to Dave and Larry.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, Brent, we are trying to assess what's taking place here. We do know that they put the orange cone out. Larry Cotner was calling it when we had our next contender come up, and then officials left and went down the roadway to attend to the situation. But Larry, I don't believe got any information. They were in a hurry to kind of get going, and they are kind of tight-lipped, and which they should be until they know what's going on. Larry, you have any more information out there?
No, I don't, Dave. And you're exactly right. Nobody really wants to speculate in this situation what's going on. The good news is the Thedford Rescue Unit that's right, here at the start, they're still here at the start. They have started up, but we'll see what's going on. And but for right now, it is delayed a little bit. I can also tell you that it is starting to sprinkle again, maybe as much as it has all day.
All right, well, that's not good news because things are running along nicely. They won't run if the surface does get wet. The other rain we had, it just didn't rain long enough and enough to really make the surface slick and wet, but they won't hesitate to delay things here until things are safe. So we're on a standby here. We do have time to thank some sponsors and do a couple of things, and maybe in that amount of time we'll find out what's going on in the meantime. So we're going to talk a little bit about the people making all of this possible. We want to thank our sponsors for the broadcast, which include Anderson Auto Tech in Broken Bow, Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, Mills Hardware in Arnold, Trumbull Repair and Towing, Callaway District Hospital with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, Rain Dance Repair, Sandhills Corral in Thedford, the Smoke Shack in Broken Bow, Same 24 Fitness in Arnold, Trotter Service in Broken Bow, Reed's Food Center in Arnold, A1 Auto Repair in Arnold, and Grazer's Bar and Grill in Arnold. Also, there are folks who help sponsor the SORC Committee and the SORC organization itself, and they include Pinnacle Bank, South Loop Seed, Pioneer Seeds, 444 Racing, DeKalb, Asgrow, Hornady, Beck's, Preston Precision Ag, Viera Wireless, RSS Ag, Great Plains Communications, and Optima Batteries. Also, our video sponsors, and some of these will be the same as with our radio sponsors because many do both, CarQuest in Broken Bow, Callaway District Hospital with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, Aero Aviation, Nebraska State Bank, Power Solutions, Broken Bow Legends Neighborhood Grill, Govey Brothers Mortuary and Crematory, Lashley Land and Recreational Brokers, the Fairder Auto Parts in Broken Bow, First State Insurance, Rod's Body and Paint, High Street Insurance and Financial Services in Callaway, formerly J.R. Meyer Insurance, Cobblestone Hotel and Suites, Trotter Service Broken Bow, Mills Hardware in Arnold, and A1 Auto Repair in Arnold. Also a shout out to BD and Broken Bow, Bierman Vet Services, Grazer's Bar and Grill in Arnold, and Four County Boutique in Arnold. And there's also sponsors that sponsor locally here on the Loop to Loop with the group here as well. We'll check in with Larry if he doesn't have any more information. Jeremy has some information, so I'm going to just hand this out the window here. Jeremy, what'd you find out?
Yeah, they were saying car 279 had left the roadway. No kind of severe accident or anything like that, had just left the roadway. They denied any trucks going out that direction to assist in any way. I thought that when I was walking away, I heard that they were going to send a couple of cars back that were affected by that car leaving the roadway from the flagmen, but can't completely confirm that. So wouldn't be surprised to see a couple of those cars behind that car number that I named coming back this direction.
All right. I'm going to have to ask you to repeat that because I had Larry's mic off. So.
Oh, okay. Car 279 had left the roadway. Might have a couple of cars coming back this direction to restart as a result of them leaving the roadway. Was not a serious accident or anything like that, according to what I had heard. But they denied any extra trucks coming out to assist with that car leaving the roadway. So sounds like a minor incident and either a stoppage right now waiting for those cars to come back. We also do happen to have a significant amount of rain starting to fall again, so those things paired together might have us with a little bit of a delay.
All right, Jeremy, thanks so much. Thanks for doing that twice. I didn't have it set up quite right for sticking this headset out the window, but it's worth repeating anyway to get the word out there. Car 279 off the road, but no major problems there as far as anybody being hurt, probably a mechanical problem. But right about the time that they put the cone out, that's when the rain picked back up. And Larry, it's raining right along right now, and I imagine that's going to delay things for a while.
Yeah, it's a big sprinkle, almost a light rain right now, as much as we've seen all day. And again, 370 is the vehicle that's at the cone. The two other vehicles, 314 and also 281 were behind that. They may send them back and start again. We'll see. You know, the good news is we saw the Thedford Fire and Rescue ambulance here crank up, and when they shut it off, that's always good news.
Yeah, when they don't go anywhere, that's what we like. So we're good there. Mechanical breakdowns always happen. We always have a few each and every year. And we have cars that maybe lose a little bit of traction and go off the road with no major damage. But whatever the situation is, we're okay on that end. But we do have the rain picking up. And here's the situation. If the surface gets wet enough to be completely covered in moisture, then you have to hope it quits raining and then dries off some. And that will take some time if that's the case, because we don't really have any sunshine to do that.
Yeah, and the other thing, Dave, you know, we were talking about it's quit sprinkling again. So right now, it's going to be intermittent more than likely. But, you know, I talked about how gray it was earlier off to the west. Unfortunately, that's what it looks like to the north right now. So who knows how much intermittent sprinkles and even almost light rain that we might get between here and Purdom.
Yep, it's the situation that everybody was talking about during the tech check on Tuesday. I will tell you that the drivers were all going, hey, we'll deal with it. This is racing. We've had delays wherever we go due to weather and other things. It's part of the sport. As broadcasters go, it makes it a little bit more of a challenge because we like it to run through smoothly and you know, make the broadcast a little more uniform. But racing doesn't work that way, and so right now we're in a delay. Probably right now as much as a rain delay as a delay of a car leaving the road. And again, we do have a car that left the road, but they were fine, refused any need for services, and the ambulance stayed here. So we're good there. We just need to dry things out a little bit.
And we should also thank the Loop to Loop committee. They give us a grid every year so that we can identify the vehicles and know the numbers, talk about them. But they also give us one of the radios too. So when we hear that, the stoppage and what's going on. We don't always get details. They don't always put that out there. I heard them talking about that earlier on the EMT meeting. You know, there's certain words you don't say unless it absolutely happens. So there's always that information as well. But like I said, the good news is we didn't see the ambulance go. Another good thing is I see Bub is back here, and some of the other committee members are back here at the starting line as well.
Right, and depending on, as you mentioned, the conditions will change across the track. It's a stretch across the sandhills, so it could be dry in one spot and raining in another, and they have all those volunteers out there to let them know what the conditions are at each checkpoint. So I'm sure the radio's rattling with the flag radios and the information coming back and forth. It looks like everybody's back safe and sound here. We'll see what they do with the rain situation. In the meantime, we'll take a 3-minute timeout.
When your car needs fixed, getting it running right is all you should have to worry about. The last thing you need is wondering if the shop you're taking it to is honest and trustworthy. You won't worry about that at all with A1 Auto Repair in Arnold. They offer a 3-year, 36,000-mile warranty on non-wear items to give you peace of mind. Ask for a complimentary digital inspection to save headaches down the road. They invite you to the action and fun of the Sandhills Open Road Challenge. Proud to sponsor coverage, A1 Auto Repair in Arnold.
Proud to support the exciting road racing action of the Sandhills Open Road Challenge. Mills Hardware in Arnold. They have 350 feet of strong, reliable, consistent Milwaukee tools that they want you to see. 3 aisles of Milwaukee tools that lead the industry in durability and performance. They are proud to be the area's premier Milwaukee connection at Mills Hardware in Arnold. Happy to support the Sandhills Open Road Challenge Race Week.
When you need towing or transport, it often comes at a time that you didn't see coming. That's why Trumbull Repair and Towing Service offers it 24/7. So when you're stranded and need emergency roadside assistance, call Dan at 870-2127. Trumbull Repair offers mechanical service, welding, and mobile welding. Trumbull Repair and Towing Service, a half-mile east of Callaway on Highway 40, but serving the entire area. Call 870-2127.
The Callaway District Hospital, along with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, love supporting the community, and they're very excited for the SORC organizers as they get ready for the Open Road Challenge. The Callaway District Hospital and Medical Clinics want to remind you of their public transportation service. Call 308-212-0464 to schedule a ride today. Areas served and destinations requested will be evaluated on a first-come, first-served basis. Enjoy the excitement of SORC from the Callaway District Hospital and the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics.
At Reed's Food Center in Arnold, they're proud to have served the Arnold community for over 40 years. They're proud to keep local dollars in Arnold, offer the best selections at low prices, and embody small-town friendliness in everything they do. From catering, custom meat cutting, seasoning, and tying roasts, to carrying your groceries to your car, Reed's Food Center in Arnold. Proud sponsors of Sandhills Open Road Challenge action. Like their Facebook page or visit reedsfoodcenter.com.
Rich Runlet with Rain Dance Repair, proud to be your local connection for beehive, pivot monitoring, and control systems, as well as soup cup bins. Whether you're needing to get your augers up to date and bins repaired or need a new system, Rain Dance Repair can help. If you haven't heard about Beehive Smart Connected Technology, give Rich a call. He'll get you set up for monitoring and control of your pivots without subscription fees, while also saving time and money. Call Rich at Rain Dance Repair at 870-4455, your local Sioux Cup and Beehive Ag Connection. You are listening to KBBN Radio, the official voice of the Sandhills Open Road Challenge. Today it's the loop-to-loop race between Halsey and Purdom. And let's go back to the race now and get an update on what's happening as we say good morning to Larry and Dave.
Thank you very much, Brent.
Thank you very much, Brent.
We are here in Halsey, Nebraska. Jeremy, I have a question for you. Mr. Shipe, can we play music on the live stream? How's that work? They're going to start, but if we have another delay, can we actually play songs? No.
But you can, and I'll just let me know.
Okay, I'll let you know. Thank you. Yeah, we don't want to have this video grabbed by the authorities and freeze it up on us, because it's one we want you to be able to look at. And by the way, all of these video streams will be archived, so you can go back and watch them again. And of course, a lot of the drivers like to do that. Larry Cotner's trackside. I understand, Larry, that they're going to restart a car at Station 1 out on the track.
Yeah, more than likely. I would guess either 281 or maybe 314. 281 might have already went past where they were, and then 314 would probably start on the track. 370 will be the next one here. Again, the cone is still out. I'm happy to report, though, Dave, that the driver of 279, Carly Bates, was dropped off here by the committee's pickup. She looked fine. She got hugs from her support crew and talked to the folks over here at Rescue, and she had all her equipment, her helmet with her, and was fine.
Yeah, I noticed there was some hugging and even a little bit of smiling going on, so that's wonderful. Looks like we got a car queuing up here.
Yeah, we've got the vehicles are up here, but we're still awaiting for the committee members before they start. We still got the orange cone out, so we're still in the delay. The good news is it's quit sprinkling out here, but it is still pretty gray off to the north. You know, Dave, we got through 79 cars before this delay. So we only have 69 cars before this delay. So we only have 41 still to go. So we're about 2/3 the way through this opening leg of the loop-to-loop.
Yeah, we'd love to get them all over to the other side and get them set up and bring them back. Remind you, too, that the live video streaming that we're doing here at the starting point in Halsey is the video stream that's available. We will not have video available when they come back, because Larry and I will just be calling the numbers as they come in, so you folks listening will know which cars have made the full run, which we'll do. And it just seems like when they're really running well, the cars just come in bing, bing, bing. So we just need to get them over to the other side, get everybody over there, get them requeued, reset, and that's what the SORC officials are trying to do. As we speak, you know, you get a little bit of a sprinkle, you get a little sun just brightening up a little bit. We're just borderline here today as far as the moisture goes. Comfort zone is perfect.
Oh, it's wonderful out here, and you know, I mentioned that, you know, we had a sprinkle or almost a light rain there for a few seconds, but and it wetted the track a little bit. But there's also a breeze out here, Dave. It's coming out of the north. It's a cool breeze. It feels really good, almost a little chilly on my legs since I'm wearing shorts, but you know, it's drying off the track real fast.
You bet it is.
So the wind is helping out in that, or the breeze, I should say, is helping out with that situation as well.
All right, very good. We'll take another 2-minute timeout, and we'll be back. Unless they start, we'll interrupt and get Brent to get us back here quicker. But let's take a 2-minute break right now. Thank you.
Excited, thrilled, exhilarated, delighted. That's what they are at Sandhills Corral in Thetford. Bring your SORC racing car to see them. Options you'll find include the finest hand-cut steaks, delicious hand-patted burgers, a fresh salad, prompt service, and reasonable pricing. Try a delicious drink special too. Open Monday to Thursday, 11 a.m. to 10 p.m., and Fridays and Saturdays from 11 a.m. to 1 a.m. Visit the Sandhills Corral in Thetford soon.
The Smoke Shack in Broken Bow is excited to be listening to the SORC coverage, and they're happy to help bring the events to you. Mark your calendars. August 29th is the next Smoke and Spirits event. Master Whiskey Taster Kip Givens will be on hand to talk about Sideshow Spirits products and processes. For a $35 ticket, you get 2 cigars, a tasting glass to take home, and a flight of 5 Sideshow Spirits products. You can smoke the cigars on site or take them home. Call or stop into the Smoke Shack in Broken Bow for more details. August 29th at Kincaid Brewing. Get your tickets online or at the door.
The ultimate fitness destination is in Arnold. Same 24 Fitness. They are open 24/7 because your fitness goals don't rest, and neither does your schedule. Whether you want to build strength with a personal trainer, attend a yoga class, or just have a gym to call home, Same 24 Fitness would love to have you. Tanning services are available too. Unlock your potential with Same 24 Fitness in Arnold. Like them on Facebook. Same 24 Fitness is proud to support coverage of the Sandhills Open Road Challenge.
Trotter Service is your hometown auto repair and tire shop. Proud to support the Sandhills Open Road Challenge. Whether it's a new battery, brakes, alignment, or any other repair, they have the auto repair specialist to get it done right for all your vehicles. Remember, they offer bulk oil and fuel delivery and on-the-farm tire service, too. Enjoy the Sork racing action. Brought to your radio in part by Trotter Service in Broken Bow.
All right, 10 minutes in front of 10 o'clock, and let's go back to Halsey, Nebraska, and again say good morning to Dave and Larry.
Thank you very much. Yes, we're getting closer, and Jeremy Shipe has got the radio outside where we can kind of hear what's going on. They are going to start in 5 minutes. 5 minutes are going to begin again here from the start at Halsey, Nebraska. So that's good news. Right now, there's not any major rain coming out of the sky, and every once in a while, as I said, it gets a little bit brighter. So, Brent, let's take another 2.5 minute timeout. How's that? I'm going to make you do your math, Brent. 2.5 minutes, and we'll be right back.
Welcome back to Central Nebraska, Sork racers and fans. Your friends at Grazer's Bar and Grill in Arnold want to see you out for some fun nights of entertainment in the beer garden. Thursday night, local Nashville recording artist BJ Jameson takes the stage at 8. And then Saturday, Borderline goes on at 9. Of course, no matter when you swing into Grazer's, great food and drinks await. Grazer's in Arnold, where good friends meet.
Anderson Auto Tech is ready to serve you Monday to Friday, 8 to 6, West Highway 2, Broken Bow, just off the curve. Dave and his crew pride themselves on doing the work you need done right while being honest and showing care for your vehicle. For personalized small-town service you won't find anywhere else, head to Anderson Auto Tech. With technology and custom fabricating at their fingertips, they can handle what other shops can't. Anderson Auto Tech in Broken Bow.
Lashley Land is partnering with Fuller Realty on an absolute auction of 535 acres overlooking Lake McConaughey with walk-down access to the lake. The property is being sold in 4 parcels, which include a surveyed development for 24 luxury Lakeview homes, a scenic development for a 41-lot mobile home or RV park, and a majestic point and pasture for your own clifftop estate. The auction will be held August 27th at 1:30 Mountain Time at the Quality Inn in Ogallala, Nebraska. Call Roger C. Rankin at Fuller Realty or check it out at lashleyland.com.
When your car needs fixed, getting it running right is all you should have to worry about. The last thing you need is wondering if the shop you're taking it to is honest and trustworthy. You won't worry about that at all with A1 Auto Repair in Arnold. They offer a 3-year, 36,000-mile warranty on non-wear items to give you peace of mind. Ask for a complimentary digital inspection to save headaches down the road. They invite you to the action and fun of the Sandhills Open Road Challenge. Proud to sponsor coverage, A1 Auto Repair in Arnold.
Proud to support the exciting road racing action of the Sandhills Open Road Challenge. Mills Hardware in Arnold. They have 350 feet of strong, reliable, consistent Milwaukee tools that they want you to see. 3 aisles of Milwaukee tools that lead the industry in durability and performance. They are proud to be the area's premier Milwaukee connection at Mills Hardware in Arnold. Happy to support the Sandhills Open Road Challenge Race Week.
All right, so Dave said 2.5 minute timeout. Every ad is 30 seconds long. That means you got to play 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I've played 5. I think I did the math right. Let's go back to Halsey, Nebraska. Dave and Larry are on the scene.
Yes, you did really well for a guy who stayed up part of the night doing weather coverage, Brent. I was just testing to see if you were still okay. Larry Cotner is trackside out at the start line, and they were telling us a few minutes ago they were going to start in 5 minutes. What's it look like, Larry?
Well, I tell you what, first of all, Dave, the folks at the Loup City High School should be very proud of the education they gave Brent Apperson there. That was some pretty good math figure in there. So, yeah, we're trying to get started. I'm sure Clay Hansen and Dave Webster really don't want to have me say this, but they shut down and they couldn't get it started. So they put a little power to them, and I think we're ready to go in car 370, which is Clay Hansen and Dave Webster in a yellow 2010 Dodge Challenger. The cone is still out, but Bub's headed that direction, and he just pulled it. So we're ready for racing again, Dave.
Oh, good deal. Clay Hansen out of Utah, Kaysville, Utah, and along with his navigator, Dave Webster. And they have a whole line of lingo here about how much they love being here. And they've upgraded their Dodge this year, so they're excited about their enhancements that they brought with them, and they're just ready to race. I'm trying to see here where they have noted how many years they've been here. Not catching that right off the top here, but sounds like they're off.
They are off and running, and again, we are in the 90-mile-per-hour class, tech to a high speed of 110 miles per hour. So next in line, 376. Steve Tasca and Alex McGill in a silver 2009 Chevy Corvette ZR1.
And they're out of Colorado Springs, Colorado, and they are here with their car. And by the way, very successful last year, 2023 shootout half mile, king of the hill last year. And he went 203 miles per hour last year, and he was also Super Street winner in the shootout. So he has successes, and he's bringing that automobile out of Colorado for you.
Car 505 is next. Bill Mishnick along with Casey Richards. Black 2007 Porsche Cayman.
Out of Omaha, Casey and Bill are from Omaha. It will be their 9th year at the Sork races.
And that one's off. So we are to car 522. Again, we're in the 90-mile-per-hour class. This is Ryan McFadden and Travis Honeyman. They're driving a silver 2008 Chevy Corvette.
Out of Lexington, Nebraska, and they do a lot of drag racing. They do all kinds of thrill driving, but they're thrilled to be here this time around at Loup. Yikes.
That might have been the loudest of the day right there. 7 more cars going here in the 90-mile-per-hour class, starting here with 599. If I can get my sheet back down, the wind's trying to blow it. Greg Weaker and Ryan Barr, silver 2016 Chevy Corvette Z06.
Their first attempt at the event after a few years of encouragement from friends.
Well, after the delay, we kind of saved all the loud cards here, didn't we?
Yes.
605 is next. This is Jack Schmidt and Jake Schmidt in a silver 2004 Cadillac CTS-V.
And they're out of Willow Lake, South Dakota, returning for the fourth year competing at Sork, and love returning to the Sandhills and meeting all the friendly people associated with this event.
And again, we're in the 90-mile-per-hour class, and they are off and running. It'll bring to the line. We'll double check, make sure we've got the matches, the numbers to match. 675, Vishal Singh and Barry Beckham. This is a silver 2022 Lexus LC500.
Out of Lincoln, Nebraska, they say, what's better than driving a car of choice with gusto? Driving through the curvy roads of the Sandhills, after experiencing this once, there was no choice but to come back again.
And now we're down to the final 4 of the 90-mile-per-hour class, the largest of all the classes, 39 cars here today. Cy Nightingale in car 858, red 2015 Tesla Model S.
Car 858 at the starting line and ready to go out of Kansas. This will be their 3rd trip to Sork and the Loup.
I didn't know a Tesla would do that, but boy, that's loud.
Yeah, you don't expect a Tesla to sound like a stock car, do you?
No. 428 should be the next one coming up, as we kind of have a little bit of a delay waiting for the next vehicle. Do want to remind folks that some of the other... Yeah, if I turn towards the sign, I lose my mic.
Yeah.
I was going to talk about some of those, but I need to focus this story. You know, though, Linda Tion was just over here talking to me and wanted to remind folks that this is part of the Scenic Byway events, too, that help sponsor the Loop to Loop. And want to remind folks of the Scenic Byway throughout the state of Nebraska from Grand Island to Alliance, and of course, Halsey right in the middle of it. 428, Samuel Burgess and Drake Leaney in a white 2020 Ford Shelby GT500.
They're out of Las Cruces, New Mexico.
Car 371 is next. I hope I get this name right. Balaz Mackay and Mark Leaney in a white 2017 Ford Shelby 350.
All right, they've stated here after the Shelby got some surgical interventions, she's ready to roll, raced in Nevada and ready to go here.
Oh, nice catch of the second gear there. 713, Jeff Kreutz and Dalton Mason. This is a great 2016 McLaren 675 LT.
Another Kansas car, competed in SORT previously, and excited to bring along a new Navigator and complete this year's run.
And this will be the final car in the 90-mile-per-hour class. So we'll have just a small delay, not much of one. The 95-mile-per-hour class will be next, and then we're going to jump up, I believe, to 110 after that, Dave, so we'll have a little bit more of a delay at that time. But the classes that are left, they're all going to be a little thin, especially compared to the 90-mile-per-hour class we just saw. There will be 11 cars coming up in this 95-mile-per-hour class.
Thanks, Larry. And we remind people that the speed classes kind of go like this. You try to average right on the dot, actually, 80, 85, 90, 95, 100, 105, and 110. 80 through 90 miles per hour, you can go as fast as 110 miles per hour to make up time on the curves. 95 mile per hour class, you can run up to 125. 100 mile per hour class, you can run at 135. The 105 mile per hour class, 140 miles per hour, and the same with the 110 mile per hour class. Now, 140 miles an hour on this road seems unbelievable, but we have to remember these cars are what they call set up with their suspension, the tires. They work very hard on making them aerodynamic. There's all sorts of things they do to try to make these cars perform at those high speeds. And then, of course, around the curves, some of these curves are probably having to slow down. I don't know what, but probably to 50 and 60 miles per hour at the minimum. So.
And, Dave, according to the grid, the 95 mile per hour class will be teched at 125 miles per hour. That is much higher than what we just saw at the 110. So that's why we have maybe just a little bit longer delay between the 90 and 95. And then we'll have a bigger delay after that because we'll go to the 110, which can go to 140.
Yeah, and that makes sense. I have a little more room when you're traveling that fast. Right now, it's not raining at all, as near as I can tell. I'm inside the building, but I do have the window open. And as you mentioned, Larry, that breeze is really helping things. If there's any moisture out there, it's drying off those asphalt surfaces out there. And right now, things are looking really good.
Yeah, here at the start line, we haven't had any moisture since that little delay. The wind has actually picked up a little bit. I'm having to grip my grid a little bit longer than usual here because the sheets want to kind of get away from me. All right, we're getting ready for the 95 mile per hour class. Tom Sorrells and Jeremy Riley in car 285. This is a red and black 2010 Dodge Viper ACR. Dave, I'm going to guess they're out of Texas since their number says TX 285.
Well, let's find out. 285 is out of Odessa, Texas. You are correct.
I figured the Texas or the TX was standing for, because it was like the road sign that they
Oh,
had
yeah,
on there.
yeah.
25 is next. This is Leroy Urig and Shanda Gronseth. They're in a white and blue 2008 Ford Shelby.
All right, out of Pierce, South Dakota, we've seen Leroy many years, and he just talks in his paragraph here about Nebraska as the heart of his family gathering each year.
Again, we're in the 95-mile-per-hour class, teched to a maximum speed of 125. This is car 64 coming up next. Robert Dysart and Leland Dysart. They're in a silver 2002 Porsche 996 Turbo.
Anna, Texas is home as they bring that beautiful automobile to the start line. It does have some modifications to it. Very fun to drive. Second year at this run, and definitely one of their favorites.
And I bet you can't guess who's next.
Oh gosh, let me see.
Car 65, Lyle and Nick Eckberg. Blue 1965 Chevy Corvette. If you're hard of hearing, you'll still hear this when it takes off.
I would suggest you plug up your headgear there, Larry. Nick and Lyle Edbert out of Wakefield, Nebraska. Number 65 goes along with
I think he took it easy on us today.
I think he did.
Joe Wolf is next in car 133 along with Tiff Varney in a black 2016 Chevy Corvette Z06.
133 out of Pierce, South Dakota. Another year has passed, and they're ready to play again. That's all they say.
It's all darked out, but I know Tiff's in there somewhere. I can see him in there somehow. I did get a wave.
Oh, boy. That was a power machine there. Whew.
212 is next, Dave. This is Gregory Erlandson and Chris Cudmore. It's a white 2016 Ford Mustang GT.
Out of Rapid City, South Dakota. He and his lovely wife of 26 years, Amy and 2 kids, Lizzie and Trevor, support his habit. And he is here to enjoy his habit.
And definitely enjoy. 262, Jim Webster and Blue Offutt. Silver 2005 Mercedes-Benz C55 AMG.
They're veterans. They've been here for over 20 years, and this will be the third time that Blue and Jim have co-driven Sork. So they're sharing the driving and navigating responsibilities.
And they've got all the stickers along the side of their vehicle, and they're off and running. We're down to the final 4 already. This is 11 cars in this 95-mile-per-hour class. 411, Ethan Budke and Don Wood. This is a black 1992 Toyota MR2.
Out of North Platte, and they've returned for their 3rd year of Sork, looking forward to the challenge of moving into the 95 Extreme class this year. In previous years, they've run the vintage 85, so they're excited about that.
415 is next. This is Tim Zimmerman and Cecilia Zimmerman with a gray 2014 Dodge Charger.
Out of Sandy, Utah, and Tim and Cecilia have been coming here and enjoying this. This is their 4th midlife crisis, by the way.
And they're on the clock. They're ready to go. Their countdown is to 3, 2, 1, and they should be off and running.
The sun is peeking through here just for a moment.
Yeah, right here at the start line, it is peeking through. It's a little cloudy almost everywhere else. 433 is next. This is the Ewalds, Cam and Allen. It's a purple 1973 Plymouth Cuda.
Got to talk with Cam on Tuesday. That is a beautiful car. He rebuilt it himself. He now lives in Blair, originally from Stapleton, Nebraska. This is his 5th year.
And the final car of the 95-mile-per-hour class is car 690. And it's got the teddy bear on top. I don't know if that's an actual bear. Almost looks like maybe a giraffe of some sort. I'm not sure. Bob Brownell and Rick Heggie. And this is a gray 1966 Chevy Corvair. Was this the one we were talking about on the way up, Dave?
Yeah, I was telling you what great guys these men are. Just really enjoyed interviewing them, and we'll have them on the air later, Bob and Rick, in that 66 Chevy Corvair. They are drag racing, they're dirt racing, they're stock car racing, they're over-the-road racing, they're racing the desert. They work to support their habit, is how they put it.
And they are on the clock, waiting for the countdown.
They're out of Wyoming. I'm sorry, Larry. Yep.
Oh, can't forget that. Wyoming's always good people. And they are off and running, and that's the end of the 95-mile-per-hour class. And we've still got 19 cars to run. The next class day will be 110, so we will have a little bit of delay because the 110 can go as high as 140 miles per hour.
Yeah, I think I'd just want to have a camera in a car to experience that. I'm not sure I'd want to be in it myself. I'm going to ask Jeremy Shipe that question. Jeremy, got a microphone here for you. Are you up for going 140 miles an hour on this road?
No, not without at least some practice. No. I mean, the first half of that question is hard enough. Am I up for going 140 miles an hour? I've never gone that fast in a straight line, let alone on a curvy road. So the answer is no, yeah.
Yeah.
Did you, I just had to bring, you guys talk, I can't hear anything out here. Did you guys talk about that? So last year they stopped allowing electric cars due to the potential for not being able to put out the fire quickly if those batteries on those cars were to catch on fire. So that Tesla that ran earlier, obviously not battery powered, I went over there and they said that's an LS swap Tesla. He was already working on that project before they barred electric vehicles from the races here. But it just really caught my ear. I thought it looked like a Tesla rolling up, and I just had to go over and see if all the badges and the name on it matched. That's just really what has shocked me this year. I love seeing that. That's so cool.
That was really cool, and it caught our attention too. And Larry mentioned you usually don't see or hear a Tesla do that, and that's the reason why.
Yeah, it's exactly why. He's got an LS engine in there. It's a very popular swap option, and people are putting it in everything. So very cool to see it happen.
Well, I know you enjoy this event, and the video looks great. Larry, what's up out there? What's going on?
Well, we're going to be in a little bit of a delay here because just the fact we're jumping from 95 up to 110, and so they've got to allow a little bit of distance between the two tech speeds of 125 to 140, and then the average speed will be 15 miles per hour difference as well. So you can't just have the same delay. You've got to have a little bit longer in between these two classes.
All right, thanks, Larry. And we remind folks again that Jeremy is producing this video here because of all the great sponsors we have, so you can see all the cars start. Once they leave and everybody's gone to the other side to Purdom, then we'll discontinue the video, but we'll continue with the radio broadcast and call the cars as they come back in, so you'll know, especially you folks out there listening online or watching online, you'll want to switch over to KBBN.com when the video is no longer available. If you're out of the listening area of KBBN, I know there's people all over the country who have relatives racing here and friends who are involved in this, and you want to make sure they get back safe and sound, and we can help you with that on the radio. But if you're watching the video and the video goes away, go to KBBN.com, or if you're here locally, you can go to KBBN 95.3 FM on the radio. So that's how you'll know when the cars come in. We'll call that for you folks. Now, I'm not sure, Larry, if I should test Brent again or not on his math. But what do you say, a 90-second break? Do you think that'll work, Larry?
Yes, that'll work just fine, Dave, if you want to take a 90-second break.
Let's see if he plays the right number. We'll send it back to you, Brent.
All right, guys, thank you. 90 seconds. Each hat is 30 seconds. 1, 2, 3. Okay, back after this. When you need towing or transport, it often comes at a time that you didn't see coming. That's why Trumbull Repair and Towing Service offers it 24/7. So when you're stranded and need emergency roadside assistance, call Dan at 870-2127. Trumbull Repair offers mechanical service, welding, and mobile welding. Trumbull Repair and Towing Service, a half-mile east of Callaway on Highway 40, but serving the entire area. Call 870-2127.
The Callaway District Hospital, along with the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics, love supporting the community, and they're very excited for the SORC organizers as they get ready for the Open Road Challenge. The Callaway District Hospital and Medical Clinics want to remind you of their public transportation service. Call 308-212-0464 to schedule a ride today. Areas served and destinations requested will be evaluated on a first-come, first-served basis. Enjoy the excitement of SORC from the Callaway District Hospital and the Arnold and Callaway Medical Clinics.
At Reed's Food Center in Arnold, they're proud to have served the Arnold community for over 40 years. They're proud to keep local dollars in Arnold, offer the best selections at low prices, and embody small-town friendliness in everything they do. From catering, custom meat cutting, seasoning, and tying roasts, to carrying your groceries to your car, Reed's Food Center in Arnold, proud sponsors of Sandhills Open Road Challenge action. Like their Facebook page or visit reedsfoodcenter.com.
It is 10:14. Back to Dave and Larry and the crew.
Thank you very much. Yes, you did really, really good, Brent. 3 commercials would equal 90 minutes at 30 seconds each. So very, very good. 90 seconds. Did I say 90 minutes? Trying to give Brent a hard time, and I blew it. Oh, man. Larry, help me out.
Well, as I say, the Broken Bow educational teachers are going, oh, my goodness, Dave Burney, come on.
Well, that's because, Dave was in the principal's office most of the time. I should have probably paid more attention to my math, Larry.
I'm out here, and I've got all these guys eating burritos next to me. And I tell you what, they look like really, really good burritos, too. And so I was trying to find out where they got them from. They got them from their campsite. So
yeah.
Well. So homemade, but they look good, and that's part of the fun, Dave. Is people come out here. Halsey's not a very big community, but it's got a lot to do. You've got Sutton's up here. You've got Double T, but a lot of people just bring their own stuff, and especially on this day, this town really blossoms.
Yep, and we should mention too that there will be a dinner at the community center following the race today. They do that for the drivers and participants, and everyone is welcome to that. So that will be right after the drivers get back from Purdom. So that's something that they incorporate with this and very tasty meal.
And they had a breakfast this morning. They were just kind of finishing that up when you and I and Jeremy all arrived up here on the scene. And correct me if I'm wrong, don't they do something up at Purdom for the interim as well?
Oh, I can't imagine that they don't. We don't have the pleasure of being on that end with the way this is situated, but I can't imagine they don't have something up on that end. The Purdom folks are full of hospitality. Cheryl Moody is here from Purdom, and Cheryl has been with the Thedford and Purdom Fire and Rescue for many, many years. She's been at all of these races in case she is needed, along with her people that she's working with there. And so it's just a total community event. And when you say community, you mean Halsey, Purdom, and all the countryside, and Thedford involved in this as well. So it's pretty neat to have it up here in the Sandhills. They had that spectators and drivers breakfast this morning, and they got that underway. And they were just cleaning up when I went in to get a cup of coffee, and a very nice lady said, "Hey, I'll get it back out and get you some breakfast." And I said, "Man, you don't need to do that." But that's the kind of things they do here, and we are enjoying the day here. And again, it's very, very comfortable, folks. The sun is every once in a while shining just through that layer of clouds, and the layer actually, in my view, from the school, looks a little bit thinner, Larry.
Yeah, the sun, I don't know if it's going to last much longer, but it might be out here for a little while, but it's not really like it's warming things up all that much more. And by the way, folks, if you're just now tuning in and kind of wondering what the delay is about, this is one of our natural delays. It's the biggest delay between classes because we jump from 95 miles per hour to 110 miles per hour. So you got to make sure a lot of the 95 mile per hour cars are off the course before they go to the higher speed. And then we'll start with 110, work ourselves down to 105, 100, and those will be able to go just at their natural base. So once we get going, the final 19 cars will book through here pretty quickly.
Yeah, they sure will, and we'll try to call them for you as best we can. Also want to let you know about tomorrow. On Friday, they'll have a breakfast available from the Green Apple Cafe out at the shootout, and that will be available as early as 6:30 tomorrow morning. And that would be a great idea to hop in your car if you want to go out and be a spectator there and get there and just have your breakfast there, because you don't want to be late, because they'll close the road tomorrow south of Callaway between Callaway and Cozad at 7:30. Now that's 12 miles north of Cozad on Road 421, and so that just puts you right between Callaway and Cozad. So you want to get there and maybe just have some breakfast and get yourself parked and set up and ready to go. But if you get there after 7:30, you won't probably get in. And then the 1 mile shootout tomorrow will start around 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, and they'll have some guest rides. And I don't know if you've heard this or not, Larry, but Brent Apperson will be riding in a guest ride tomorrow. So he's going to be going, I don't know, 140, 150 miles an hour down the road tomorrow morning. Hopefully he won't lose his breakfast.
Well, yeah, I'll tell you what, it's been an interesting summer for old Brent. 2 weddings, another grandchild, and now 140 miles plus down the road, and all within about a month and a half.
Yeah, and he was up in throwing out ping pong balls, I think it was, from a very high point for a fundraiser a week or so ago.
Yeah, and as we mentioned, 3 weeks from tonight, football and volleyball gets underway too, and Brent's been really busy with that, so getting the football and volleyball season ready to go, and so the other sports though too. Broken Bow, 3-time state champion in girls golf, and cross country teams for the area. That all gets underway here in a few weeks. So Brent is going to sit back and take a deep breath, and then it's going to get real hectic for him again.
All right. We'll run through the rest of that schedule on Friday in a moment. Jeremy Shipe was running back from somewhere. Jeremy?
Apologize, I'm out of breath. I'm not in shape for running like that. Word is that there's some rain and moisture happening on the north end. So they're going to pause for about a half hour.
Okay.
And then reassess. So that's kind of the situation right now, and that's all I know.
All right. That's good of you to bring that information back. So we're going to have about a 30-minute break before they start again, weather permitting.
And I believe it was Larry can confirm this, but I think I heard 110 mile an hour class had all completed. And
no,
that's
just
kind of
just starting.
Just starting, yeah.
Yeah. So they're going to take this break right now. They're kind of talking to some of the drivers on the other side of the road, and they all kind of agreed, let's just take it slow, kind of have a break and see. So.
Okay. All right. Very good. Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate that update. So we got about a 30-minute break. I'll conclude here with the tomorrow schedule, because we want to get you in there so you can watch the shootout tomorrow. Again, be there early. You got to get in and get parked before 7:30 tomorrow on the road between Callaway and Cozad. And then you'll have the shootout starting at 8 a.m. with that guest ride. And they'll have some other guest rides for other folks as well. Not as many as they used to. And then following the shootout, the half mile and mile shootout, they'll stop in Callaway, and they'll have a lunch there at the Callaway Community Center from 11 a.m. until 1 p.m. And then in downtown Arnold later on tomorrow, they'll have the Parade of Cars. That's at 2:30 tomorrow afternoon. And then following the parade, they'll have a car show from 3 p.m. until 4:30 p.m. And then they'll have the burnout contest. I'm not sure how this works, but they're saying drag race and burnout contest. So I'm not sure how they run that in downtown Arnold. So you go see. That's at 3:30 tomorrow. And then they'll have a drivers meeting tomorrow at 5. And here's one that you will want to take in, chicken noodle dinner following the drivers meeting at the Arnold Community Center. So the drivers meeting will be at the Arnold Community Center. Right after that, they'll have chicken noodle dinner. Then on Saturday, of course, the Sork race itself, the over-the-road challenge, that will get underway at 8:30. Now the road closes for that race between Dunning and Arnold. That road closes at 7 a.m. So you're going to need, if you have permission to be on private property, or sometimes they even set up some bleachers in certain locations, you'll need to be to those places before they close the road at 7 o'clock. Then the races will start at 8:30 Saturday morning, and then after they get everybody back to Arnold safe and sound, they'll have a barbecue, Sork Barbecue, Sork Awards, and then a dance at 9 o'clock at Grazer's Bar and Grill, entertainment by Borderline. So that's the schedule that is remaining after today. Now you may have just heard Jeremy speaking a moment ago about a half-hour delay. So I think we're going to be taking a break as well. So I'm going to have to, I guess, let Jeremy know, because he asked me to. Do we want to discontinue the stream and play some music?
I just mute it.
You just mute it. So you'll still have the picture, but you just won't have the audio for a while until we get closer to start time. So that means, Brent, back at the studio, you can take a little, let's say 20-minute music break, and we'll be in listening and be ready to go maybe about 10 minutes before they start. So that's the adjustments we're going to make, and we'll send it back to Brent, who's probably still laughing about my 90-minute comment. But, you know, I think I'm going to ask Brent to reply here whether the 90 minutes rather than 90 seconds was a bigger mistake and miscue on my part than the what was really called the Farm Bureau covered arena that I called the Berean covered arena during the fair. So I'd like you to judge, if you would, Brent, on the air, which was a bigger boo-boo.
Well, Dave, first off, let me say they're both classics, in my opinion. But I got to say, the Berean covered arena, I think that still trumps the 90-minute mishap that you just had.
All right. Well, I'm out of here.
For the wonderful coverage that you have provided so far. As you've heard, folks, we're going to be in a little bit of a delay as they try to get back to racing. Some precipitation falling in the area, so they're going to kind of go into a delay a little bit and see how that plays out. And then we'll have more racing coverage coming up for you here on KBBN Radio. We are your official voice of the Sandhills Open Road Challenge. Want to say thanks to our radio sponsors of today's coverage. We say thank you to Anderson Auto Tech, Lashley Land, A1 Auto Repair, Mills Hardware, Trumbull Repair and Towing, also Callaway District Hospital with the Callaway and Arnold Medical Clinics, Reed's Food Center, as well as Rain Dance Repair, Sandhills Corral, The Smoke Shack, Same 24 Fitness, Trotter Service, and Grazer's Bar and Grill. We're going to take a time out. When we come back, we'll get you back into some music as we kind of roll through things here in the studio and get ready for them to resume racing in Halsey's. So keep it right here. You're listening to Central Nebraska's Real Rock Station, KBBN. Zoom racing, or getting close to anyway. So we're going to take you live back to Halsey, Nebraska for more coverage of the Loop-to-Loop race as part of the Sandhills Open Road Challenge. Right before we do that, though, let's give you a quick rundown of the forecast as we hit noon now. The weather outlook for the rest of today, becoming partly sunny, still a slight chance of thunderstorms as we go through the day. Otherwise, highs in the upper 60s today with a north wind at 10 to 20 miles an hour. Tonight, mostly cloudy skies, a low near 50. North winds up to 10 miles an hour this evening, but then should drop off and become light and variable overnight. For tomorrow, mostly cloudy. There is a slight chance of rain in the morning, but then partly sunny during the day. Still cool with highs in the upper 60s tomorrow and light and variable winds. Looking into the weekend, on Saturday, mostly cloudy, chance of showers in the morning, then partly sunny with a slight chance of showers and thunderstorms during the day. Highs in the upper 60s on Saturday. And looking ahead to Sunday, mostly cloudy, chance of showers and thunderstorms in the morning, then a slight chance during the day with highs up into the low 70s on Sunday. And our studios currently 64, cloudy, north winds 10 miles an hour, barometer 30.24, and the humidity 76%. All right, let's find out what's happening in Halsey, Nebraska. We go live for more coverage of the Loop-to-Loop race as part of the Sandhills Open Road Challenge, as we now say good afternoon to Dave Burney, Larry Kottner, and Jeremy Scheib.
Thank you very much. We are live just after the noon hour here from SORT 2024. We've had a rain delay, as you know, and it looks like they're getting close to getting started. We're not sure what their entire plan here is, because they were talking about getting these last 19 cars over to Perdaman and then making a decision as to how they're going to come back. But, Larry, they are getting queued up and ready to go.
Yeah, and taking a look real quick off to the north, starting to see a little bit of patches of blue, so hopefully it will clear off a little bit and we can get all the racing in. But yeah, it's wonderful that we finally get an opportunity. Most of the moisture, pretty much all of it, has been up on the northern end near the Purdom area. We have not had really any rain here other than just some sprinkles. But again, especially here with the class that we're getting into, the 110, they do not want to have any kind of moisture at all on the surface when they're pushing 110 with a tech speed of 140 as a maximum.
Yeah, 140 mile per hour to make up for the curves, and the curves are very sharp. And they were talking earlier, a moment or two ago, I kind of snuck into their meeting, and they were talking about the car that left the road. I believe that was car 279. They said that has not been moved, so they were asking them to be very, very careful on that particular corner. And then they also said somewhere on the track there was some small rocks that they observed when they took their drive to check out the conditions of the track. So that's what's out there for them to avoid, and do that at those high speeds.
And Dave, you can probably hear it already. The motors are starting up and the cone is off, and so we're in the 110. We're going to see some very familiar people here, and starting off with Ted Hughes along with Cody Jansen, the number 12 car. This is a silver 2016 Dodge Viper. The clock has started, but it's not counting down yet. It will be here pretty soon, but we are just about ready to resume racing in the loop-to-loop here at SORT, as we're down to 3, 2, 1, and we're ready. So that's the first of the remaining 19 cars. There's only 7 here in this highest speed category, 110. And 811 is up next. That's Mark Kapner and Scott Kapner in a blue 2019 Chevy Corvette ZR1.
Out of Idaho Falls, Idaho, and they've been out on the tracks all across the country, including here at the Loop-to-Loop and the over-the-road race and shootout. So they're back. They've been coming for a number of years, and they have been looking forward to this since the last time they were here.
Now, one other thing here, too, Dave, in the 110 class, we do have a little longer delay between each car, which is expected when they're going that high a speed.
Okay, so we'll have a little more time between the lights.
And 811, Mark Kapner and Scott Kapner are off and running. That'll bring to the line, this is car number 3, Brian Chandler and Shane Cool in a silver 2009 Chevy Corvette, and this thing looks sharp.
It is a sharp car out of Scottsbluff, Nebraska, and Brian is extremely happy to be racing in the SORT race for the 22nd time. and thanks all the volunteers who make the SORC event possible. He mentions they have a great time every year, and Shane Kuhl has been getting to ride and navigate for a few years now, but Shane also for a number of years also headed up SORC during race days.
Yeah, and he was, I think, the director of SORC when they first got the loop-to-loop going 11 years ago, too.
That is correct, yes. So he's getting to enjoy the races a little bit differently, but certainly was a major part of getting things going through the years.
And Brian Chandler and Shane Kuhl are off and running on the course. 4 more vehicles left here in this 110-mile-per-hour class. This is car 426, Doug Jones, Daniel Jones, and they're in a blue 2017 Ford GT.
Ipswich, South Dakota is home. Doug Jones out of South Dakota with his son Daniel. They participated in the Sandhills Open Road Challenge for the last 8 years, and they'll be driving their 2017 Ford Mustang again this year. Doug owns a small trucking company there and operates a farm with Daniel, and each year they look forward to racing here in the Sandhills.
And they are on the clock right now and waiting their final countdown. As we mentioned, just a little bit longer delay because the fact that they're going at that top speed. Well, there's a little higher categories for speed in the Sandhills Open Road Challenge on Saturday, but the highest speed here on this tight course between Halsey and Purdom is 110, and that's what we're in right now. It's car 911, 911, Jason Walsh, Chris Rutten. They're in a red 2006 Mazda MX-5.
And they are at the starting line ready to go. They thank all the volunteers. By the way, they're out of Kearney, and they want to thank the safety personnel and committees that put on this family environment fun for them every year. Always a great week traveling around the area here and making reacquaintances with old friends, and they enjoy this race very much.
And the vehicle's percolating, so you know it's going to make some noise here in a second. Car 26 is up next. This is Daniel Whipple riding by himself today. It's a blue 2014 Nissan GTR.
All right, car number 26, if I can get back my pages to cooperate with me here. Car 26 at the start line, and they are set up and ready to go, and that is Dan Whipple, as mentioned. Littleton, Colorado is home. They become good friends with lots of people here, and SORC has become one of the few single things each year that gives them months of excitement both before and after, and they want to thank everybody. The open road racing is their favorite type of event and driving. They also do hill climbs and drifting and track driving, but nothing compares to the 25 miles of closed road racing going on here.
Daniel Whipple off and running here in the loop-to-loop, and the stuffed toy that has ridden on the top of cars coming up to the starting line 2 or 3 times does again in car 77, which is Dan Axeman. Along with Dan Lee, it's a yellow 2016 Chevy Z06 Corvette.
Out of Broomfield, Colorado, Dan's first year in the SORC race was clear back in 2003, and he's come up to Arnold every year since with his wife Leah, and she joins him with the fun. Most years Dan drives the loop-to-loop, and Lee navigates. Lee will drive in the SORC race while Dan navigates. They love the people of Arnold and the surrounding communities, and this is the first thing that they think about every summer.
And Dave, I got to mention the patches of blue are getting small again to the north, and every once in a while I feel a drop, but nothing like earlier when we had kind of steady sprinkles. So hopefully we can get these final 2 classes in. That was the final car in the 110-mile-per-hour class. We go to the 105-mile-per-hour class, and again, their tech speed is the same, 140 miles. there's only 5 cars in here. Familiar names to start it off. Car 112, Jared and Matthew Helge. They're in a gray 2009 Chevy Corvette Z6.
Out of Fort Wayne, Indiana, and they last year were the 2023 Sork 120-mile-per-hour winner, so I'm sure they were excited to get back. They say Sork is simply the best open road racing event, period. And of course, being able to drive fast is awesome, but the people of the community are what makes the event spectacular.
And they are off and running. And I know I say this every year, but this is one of the better names in racing as well. Tommy Dale Vines, along with Marcia Graves. In car 20, it's a black 2007 Chevy Corvette Z6.
Yep, that's a great racing name, and they're great guys, too. If you get a chance, visit with them. They'll be happy to talk to you. They've been coming here for many years, and they would love to visit with you, maybe after the parade tomorrow. They love coming here out of Eagle Butte, South Dakota, and Tommy would like to be here to compete forever, but of course they look forward to meeting you again, as I mentioned, and getting together with all the Sork racers, volunteers, and great people of this area.
And if you're just listening in, don't forget this is just day 1 of 3 days of racing. The shootout is tomorrow. And the big Sandhills Open Road Challenge race that started about 23 years ago gets underway on Saturday. So, Dave, we're down to the last 10 cars in this first leg, and this is going to be 969 Dan Rohrbach, along with Braden Malsum, in a black 2014 Chevy Corvette.
Out of Aberdeen, South Dakota, their 8th year coming to the Sork races, and every year is more fun. They are also the 1 mile king of the hill of the 2023 shootout at 195.7 miles per hour last year. So they are looking forward to all of the events this year.
And they are on the clock down to about a little more than 5 seconds up. Now the clock is running. And 969, Dan Rohrbach and Brandon Malsum are off and running. All right, coming up next, we've got a blue 2013 Dodge Viper. And Dave, this vehicle makes it easy for me to practice my German. 999. That is car 999. Gary Bates and Jack Jones.
Okay, thank you, Larry. And they are honored to participate in such a great event. They'll be driving that Viper again this year. They were in the Loop-to-Loop and placed first in the 105 mile per hour class last year. And they are out of Iowa and looking forward to maybe placing at the top again this year.
And they've got, I mean, this is a very sharp looking Viper that they are about ready to cut loose here on this course between Halsey and Purdom. And they are ready to roll. A little quiet, but that doesn't mean that won't be effective out on the road. Final car of the 105 mile per hour class. There's only 5 of them this year. Car 221, Jay Hill and Caleb Hill. They're in a yellow 2016 Chevy Corvette.
And they're out of Thornton, Colorado. Kathy and Jay have been to Sork and the Loop-to-Loop since 2019. They enjoy everything, and they look forward to the challenge of competing in these special races. They're also looking forward to the food and all of the people that they've gotten to know since they started here. Their favorite part is the parade and car show, so I'm sure they'll be there. So be sure and say hello to Jay and Kathy Hill, car 221.
Yeah, and you know, the parade and car show kind of tomorrow is kind of what transforms everything back to Arnold for the rest of the weekend, where everything originated. And we are finished now with the 105 mile per hour class. We have one class remaining here in this opening leg. It's the 100 mile per hour class. And we're going to start things off with car 981, Andrew Ramp He is driving a chalk-colored 2018 Porsche Boxster GT.
Out of Garden Ridge, Texas, with that Porsche. They love coming to Nebraska for the Sork. They've been here for many years. Why? Because of the people running the races and those who participate. Former Air Force fighter pilot, now getting the rush on the open racing circuit. 2023's Loup to Loup 100-mile-per-hour first-place finisher last year.
And as we go through these 100-mile-per-hour classes and the vehicles and the names of the driver, there's going to be a lot of familiarity with names from the past. Car 187 is up next. This is Dustin Sabatka along with Todd Schneider in a black 1996 Chevy Camaro Z28.
All right, they've been part of Sork out of Nebraska car out of the Nebraska units, and that's something that they've really enjoyed. They look forward to returning here every year because of the people, atmosphere, and racing that makes it a great experience, and they thank everyone who helps. And Dustin Sabatka and Todd Snyder, good luck.
And they are on the clock and be a few seconds yet, but they're getting ready to travel on down this paved road from Halsey to Purdom. And if you've ever taken it at 50, 55 mile per hour, you're going to go, how in the world are they doing this at 100?
No doubt about it. I'd like to have a camera in the car.
And they are off. So we're down to the last 5 cars of this opening leg. And up to the start line now is car 315. This is Kevin Miller. He's in there with Chuck Kinsey, and they are in a red 2020 Ford Shelby GT 500. Now, it says red in color, and, well, let me check this. That's why it's orange. So this is not who it is. This is car 15, not 315, 15. Kelly Bork and Ryan King in an orange 2019 Chevy Corvette.
Okay, car number 15 out of Sioux Center, Iowa, and they are saying that Sork is amazing. All you need to do is show up once and you're hooked, and they've been coming for a while now, even with a lot of seat time and racing. Nothing compares to this event.
Here's another familiar name, car 23. This is Les Steinhoff. He's been coming for quite a while. He drives a gray 2022 Chevy Corvette.
Yep, Linda and Les are so happy to be back for their 18th year for the 2024 race with their Corvette Stingray. And the people of Arnold, they hold a special place in their hearts for you and for the folks who put on the events in this race as well, and Purdom and Halsey and Callaway. For the meal they serve tomorrow, they thank you.
And they are on the clock and waiting for their turn to get out there on the road. And this is another one of those really nice looking vehicles, this Chevy Corvette. And it is a low rider without a question. And they are off and running. All righty. So that'll bring to the start line car number 301, Jack Martin, Scott Patton. It's a silver 1996 Chevy Camaro.
Out of Hutchinson, Kansas, Jack formerly was a drag racer and began road racing clear back in 1980. He held the SCCA national license and raced in the GT1 and many other races. Scott, by the way, Navigator's retired from the insurance business and collects older classic cars and fire trucks. And so they are here for their 10th year.
And I should say, also add to this, not only is it a Chevy Camaro, it's a Z28, and it's ready to take off here. All right, second to the last car. We're just a little out of order on one of the cars, so that's why I had to go step out and kind of check and make sure. 529, Chad Christensen and Aaron Wells with a blue 2011 Chevy Corvette Z06 is next and up at the start line.
Out of Roca, Nebraska, back for another year of racing, looking forward to competing again this year to try to zero out the stopwatch and go across the finish line. They look forward to hanging out with friends and family at Sork. They thank everyone, all the volunteers, and they wish all the racers a safe journey.
Chad and Aaron will be the last two, second to last, I should say, that will be heading down this course for the opening leg. And again, a reminder, they'll be running them back here to Halsey from Purdom in a little while. And so now the final vehicle of the opening leg here in the 100-mile-per-hour class. I was expecting them earlier. This is car 315. This is Kevin Miller and Chuck Kinsey in that red 2020 Ford Shelby GT500.
Out of Littleton, Colorado, last year's 1 mile shootout winner with matching speeds. And so they'll be doing that again this year in that Shelby. Kevin is an electrical engineer and loves all forms of motorsports, as does Bruce.
And it's got that candy apple red too, Dave. I mean, with the black stripes and the numbers, it just really blends very, very well, especially in the state of Nebraska.
Yes. We got to hear the new athletic director yesterday at the Nebraska Broadcasters Schools.
So Kevin and Chuck are on the course, and that means that everybody has left here from Halsey, and leg one is at least underway and completed from the start line.
All right, so they've gotten them all out on the track, most of them across the track, waiting in Purdom to come back this way. And I know we heard some conversation at the start line as to how they're going to bring them back. Are they going to bring them back and let them compete in the different categories at those max speeds? Or are they going to ask them just to drive back and factor it in that way? Right now, it's not raining here. We don't know exactly what it's doing, further up the track. That's always the question. It could be dry here and wet along the track, but they've got the cars out there. They wouldn't let them run if there was any moisture out there that they knew of, and they have all the flag stations out there to report in. So we are hoping that they'll be able to go on the turnaround and come back on the loop-to-loop at full speed ahead. But we'll have to wait and see. That's up to the officials. And I know Larry will be listening and seeing how they're going to do this. Probably won't be, either way, a real long wait for them to turn around and come back because they just have the last 19 cars to reposition.
Yeah, I just talked with Bub, and they're definitely going to try to run everybody through the course as is, the way it's supposed to be run at their class speed. I'll do a little double checking too to see how soon that they think they'll start sending them back.
All right, and while you do that, I'm going to ask Jeremy Shipe to grab that microphone and talk with Jeremy just for a moment. We're kind of talking through a window here, and Jeremy can't hear me maybe as easily as normal. Doesn't have his headset on, but Jeremy, kind of give us your view of how things went with the delays and everything. All in all, pretty good.
That one just had that one delay that had to do with the vehicle leaving the roadway, but they were safe, so that was good. Other than that, that's why these procedures are in place to make sure the road is dry enough and safe enough to race on. So we'll hope that maybe that's the case for them to be able to come back. Obviously, a lot more cars than 19 to send back after the delay coming back from the other side, but we hope that remains. But if you want to watch back the replay of today, you can fast forward through that long delay that was in the middle of the replay. That will be up on the Sand Hills Express Facebook and YouTube pages. So I know there's several of you still watching, but as we prepare to close out our video side of the broadcast, want to let you know that all of the racing that has happened so far from the starting line here in Halsey will be available in replay once we go final here.
All right, thanks, Jeremy. So Jeremy will be closing down the live video stream here shortly. We will continue on KBBN 95.3 FM, of course, with our call of the return. And Larry will come inside and I'll go outside, and we'll basically just call the numbers as they come in, maybe describe things a little bit when we have time. But we do not expect a long delay for them to turn around and come back. Larry, what's on your end?
From what I understand, what they're going to try to do, they think that they'll get started in about a half hour. That's not one, and when I asked, they said not a half hour when they get back up there, but a half hour after they just left here. So
Okay.
they're hoping to start turning them around. That's their plan, of course. And then, of course, there's always things that could change that a little bit. The weather again, it's getting a little cloudy again. And so you just never know. We did have some sprinkles. And, of course, the vehicle safety is also another factor that comes into it. But they're hoping within a half hour to start sending them back.
All right, Larry, thank you very much. We are going to send it back to the studio, and Brent will either have more music or maybe catch you up on news in the noon hour here, and we'll be back for the return of the Loop-to-Loop race. 21 miles of competition hopefully being completed here today in the different speed classes. And we want to thank all of our sponsors, and we'll do that again when we come back and open our broadcast on the return of the Loop-to-Loop 2024. We'll send it back to the studio.
All right, Dave, thank you very much. So there you go. That is the latest. So great to hear them racing again for the Loop-to-Loop race between Halsey and Purdom. And when they're ready to make the return trip, we'll go back live and bring you more race coverage of the Loop-to-Loop race, all part of the 2024 Sandhills Open Road Challenge activities. Well, since we are still in the noon hour, we will get you caught up to date with local news and sports, and we'll go into that right after this break. You're listening to Central Nebraska's news source.
Bugs can wreak havoc on your post-harvest stored grains, and